like Eminem. Yeah.
Coconut?
That was genius. And I love events. Yeah. And this. Entertainment. Taste. Okay. Yes. You. Cookie.
Ew.
I can't do that to him. I can't.
Botrix has successfully joined the channel.
Nice. Jinping.
Hail.
BB.
Looking for something special?
Anyone else?
Ancestors.
Oh.
What brings you here? Very
Find out.
well.
A game? Like do pages based or like from the 80s, you sort of like, you know, from when New York was center of representing Wall Street and maybe even more than Wall Street, building things, you know, brick and mortar. And what Trump turned out to be is the ultimate vaporware. You have this promise to return to the 80s that never materialized. There's like a very deep,
my worst purchase because I didn't want a spring for a Lamborghini.
Right.
So I bought a fake one.
Oh my goodness. How do you buy a fake Lambo?
I found a way to do it.
So we had a Lambo body with a Ford engine?
A BMW V12. And I was like, yeah, I was a young, this is like 2003. I found a company that would do it. They put a V12 in it. I'm like, man, it's the same thing. It looks pretty good. Like, it looks great. Yeah, I'll buy it. They tried to stiff me out of the car. I had to ask some friends who knew how to find things to go and find things. I then had to get a title for the car, of which I did. The car finally shows up after 2 years from me waiting. It doesn't go into gear. The motor is held together with the timing of 2 Chevy V6s, so everything's confused, nothing runs, the car is not roadworthy. So I sent it to a shop. This is 2005. I just got the keys to that car a week ago.
What?
My worst purchase, because I didn't want a spring for a Lamborghini.
Right.
So I bought a fake one.
Oh my goodness. How do you buy a fake Lambo?
You're in a very dangerous zone. I'm in a very dangerous zone.
is this? What are you doing? WoW's darkest secret. Zach, Asmongold. This is the best WoW story video I have ever seen. What the hell? If Asmongold says that, then it probably is, right? I have heard about this video a lot of times. This video has 1 million views. And again, I swear I have never watched it genuinely. I honestly hate reacting. I don't like to react to videos and what. I don't like that. But not going to lie, this is what convinced me. I scrolled down to read comments and there is literally Asmongold. You see, there is Asmongold saying, this is the best WoW story video I have ever seen. Zach Roar. There you go, that's him, right? In a goddamn treehouse talking about, I didn't shower for over a month. Right, there you go. I didn't shower in over a month. My full review. Bacteria growing on top of your skin. Anyways, I'm getting carried away. Besides the point, WoW's darkest secret video. Oops, I didn't mean to subscribe. I'll subscribe if it's good though, I guess. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Was that PewDiePie? Guys, was that PewDiePie? PewDiePie. That is PewDiePie. That's PewDiePie. Okay. House Hexagon presents. The hell? This intro is very professional. Okay, there's a orc.
Oh my god, dude. What the fuck is up with my nose? The ways.
Walk beneath the earth, mother.
Greetings.
WoW's darkest secret. Oh, it's only one. Okay, I thought it's WoW's darkest secrets. Okay, only one. One secret. So what's
I'm going to start this off by saying whatever the hell you do not look in the comment section below. Though I don't usually get many, if any, comments on my productions, the ones that are there
Okay, that's
will
sad.
no doubt spoil what is to come.
Okay.
So go into full screen mode and let me show you this.
Exactly like
because
that.
I promise you, it's going to blow your mind. I believe I've made a WoW discovery that literally no one else has ever found.
Okay.
No matter how much I try to look it up, there's never any results. No DuckDuck searches, no YouTube
What's a
videos.
DuckDuck?
Nothing. Pretty damn surprising, considering this is a game from 2004 that we're
True.
talking about here. This is the vanilla WoW world map.
Okay.
As you can see, there's only 2 continents, Eastern
Yes.
Kingdoms and Kalimdor.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question.
I'll tell you why though, because this all used to be one continent, and then Veil of Eternity exploded to stop Sargeras from coming to Azeroth, and then it all divided in multiple continents. But at the initial release of the game, we only had 2. But we have more than 2 technically. Like in lore, we have more than 2, right? With Pandaria on the bottom and the Northrend on top. But of course, let's go.
Out of all the zones in these 2 continents, which one is the most forgettable?
Which zone is the most forgettable in Classic WoW? The most forgettable zone. I mean, Deadwind Pass is the most useless, but is it forgettable? I guess Deadwind Pass, but there's a Karazhan there, right? Karazhan, even though it's closed, I guess, in Vanilla WoW. I would say the most forgettable zone in Classic WoW would probably be a place with no raid and no dungeon. Maybe a zone like, I'd say Deadwind Pass.
I'll give you a few seconds to think about it.
Yeah, I did. I paused the video, I'm stupid. Deadwind Pass. I say Deadwind Pass. Or Lokmadan. I mean...
Alright, time's up. I imagine that the vast majority of people probably answered with Desolus,
Yeah.
Silithus, Alterac Mountains, Deadwind Pass.
Yes!
You know, the usual suspects.
Yeah.
But there's one zone in Vanilla WoW that literally everyone knows about, but is almost universally forgotten.
Barons.
And that zone is Stone Talon Mountains.
What?
Stone Talon Mountains is a contested zone
I was just there. I was just there farming my fucking mining, no? I was there farming my mining.
that shares a border with the Barrens and Desolus.
Yes.
The fact that it's a contested zone is quite interesting in of itself, as despite there being many low-level Horde quests available here, for Alliance players, there's almost nothing at all. In fact, I'd be willing to bet that if you're an Alliance main like me, you've probably never even been here before. The zone itself has an extremely unusual design, and there really is nothing else like it in the game. It's essentially one giant valley that connects to 3 different open chasms that are completely different to one another.
Yeah, I agree.
Due to the zone's odd layout and frustrating quests, even many Horde players tend to skip it entirely when leveling. But I'm not here to talk about the zone or even its quests, but something much weirder. We all know that WoW has a day-night cycle that is in sync with the server's time zone. If it's daytime in real life, then it will be daytime in game too.
Yeah.
If it's nighttime in real life, then it will be nighttime in game too.
It's probably too early to reach any conclusions right now about the evidence or lack thereof, since this is a preliminary hearing to decide what evidence is going to be accepted. So basically, they're supposed to present all the evidence, and then the judge is going to decide what are we going to show to the jury, what's allowed to be shown to the jury, what isn't. So there's a little debate about some of that that's happening right now. It'll be really curious to see how the jury deciphers some of this information. For example, the SIM card, the hard drive, whatever it was that the footage was on, that the Turning Point USA guy, immediately after Charlie got shot, he takes the chair, he goes up, he takes the footage home with him, and then later he turns it over. I wonder how the jury interprets that. I have a feeling that's going to be an interesting question and answer session over the flash drive. Because there's been
activate this shit.
There's been multiple narratives about that. And clearly, when you talk about the concept of beyond a reasonable doubt, there's obviously a reasonable doubt that footage has been tampered with if somebody took the footage home with them before they turned it over to law enforcement. I mean, obviously there's a reasonable doubt there. And you know, that's going to be the big issue if they don't show the video of Tyler taking the shot, which, again, it appears there is no video. I mean, it appears there is no video, at least that we know of. To this point, there is no video of Tyler shooting a gun. It doesn't exist. Maybe they have it. They haven't shown it. We're all waiting to anxiously see. We're all anxiously waiting to see the one piece of evidence that's the most important piece of evidence. And if you can't produce that, reasonable doubt is going to remain on everything else. On everything else. And that's why this whole response has been so irrational. That's why the whole thing has been so bizarre even. You'd think, you know, okay, there's this whole, we all care about Charlie. There's this whole, we got to get to the bottom of the truth and get justice for Charlie. And then it's like, hey, there's reasonable doubt here. There's reasonable questions here. There's reasonable investigations that need to be done here. And they just say, shut up, believe the official narrative. Well, wait a second. Who's the one that's not doing justice for Charlie here? Who's the one that really cares about justice here if one side is saying, shut up and believe the official narrative, and the other side is saying, hey, wait, there's reasonable doubt here. Maybe we should look elsewhere. Who's really fighting for Charlie's interests? Who's really fighting for justice for Charlie here? That's why this whole thing is so bizarre. You'd think if there was any reasonable doubt, which there's tons, there's so much reasonable doubt at this point, most people don't believe the official narrative. You'd think the push would be, hey, convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, and when there's reasonable questions and reasonable doubts, we investigate these things because we do care about Charlie. No, they just say, believe the official narrative and shut up. Boy, that's not very convincing. In fact, it's actually suspicious, is what it is. It's extremely suspicious. You're not helping your cause. So if you think you're helping your cause, you're not. And what is this? Another situation? There's just no footage, guys. Whenever we need the footage, it doesn't exist. In the biggest cases, Epstein cases, now that just whenever we need footage, it doesn't exist. Seth Rich, footage doesn't exist. Epstein, footage doesn't exist. Jean-Luc Brunel, footage doesn't exist. Where's all the other? I mean, every time the footage just doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. And now we've got it again, guys. The footage, the body cam footage of the crime scene, guys, it just doesn't exist.
While you were on the roof, did you encounter any spent casings?
As a matter of fact, no. That's why when I saw the prone position where the person would be laying down as a sniper, being around guns and snipers all the time, I was looking for a spent shell casing. I couldn't see one. I was looking over the edge, looking all over the place, making sure the gravel wasn't disturbed, and I couldn't find a shell casing at that moment.
And that would be the reason you would be looking for that was because some types of guns, when they shoot, eject a casing automatically, right? Some do, some don't.
Yes.
Right. And then you also didn't find any unshot bullets.
No.
Okay. Are you aware of there being a bullet found on another roof?
I'm not.
Vicinity? Were you aware of another bullet being found on the scene, not on the roof of the Losi building?
No.
By the way, guys, and we'll have more of that. There were other bullets found at the scene of the crime, the larger scene of the crime, and they didn't even investigate it. They just said no need to investigate.
All right, your body cam footage that I reviewed appears to end while you're still on the roof. Do you know why that is?
I think the battery went dead. It was just right at that moment.
Okay.
Guys, the battery goes dead right when he gets to the crime scene. Not suspicious at all. Don't ask any questions. It happens all the time. It didn't go out while he was getting on the roof. It didn't go out 5 minutes before he got on the roof. It didn't go out 5 minutes after he got to the crime scene. It went off right exactly when he got to the crime scene. Perfectly. The first person at the crime scene filming, and we don't have the video. Oh, just perfectly right when he gets to the crime scene. No questions to be asked here, guys. No reason to be suspicious here at all.
And do you know, did you ever turn it back on that day or go get it I don't know, what do you have to do? Charge it or stick a new battery in it? I don't even know.
Usually dock it, but no, I didn't go back. It was too chaotic running around.
So that 27-minute and 35-second body cam that starts when you're at the Hall of Flags and ends while you're still on the roof, but haven't put the crime tape up yet, that's the only body cam you have that day?
Yes.
And it magically goes out right when he gets to the crime scene. Of course. Of course. And there's no reason to be suspicious of that at all. And if you dare think that's suspicious, then that's because you're the bad guy. Yeah. Of course, apply that to any other situation and nobody would believe it. If you had that at the scene of the crime in Butler, Pennsylvania, let's say you're in Butler, Pennsylvania, and the police officer that gets to the scene of the crime with the body cam footage, and they say, oh, sorry, no body cam footage, the battery died. Nobody in MAGA would believe that for a second.
Pick up Call of Flame to improve your searing totem damage, Earth's Grasp to improve Stoneclaw Totem's ability to hold extra mobs while you finish them off, and Elemental Focus for mana efficiency. Finish with Reverberation to reduce your shock cooldowns, and optionally a point into improved Fire Totems for Fire Nova Totem quality of life.
Enhancement rotation is priority-based, not a fixed sequence. Before every pull, confirm that Wind Fury weapon is on your main hand, Lightning Shield is active, and you're ready to drop a totem. Open with Flame Shock from max range. This gets the damage over time ticking and moves you into melee range simultaneously. Drop Searing Totem the moment you engage. From level 40 onward, immediately hit Storm Strike and follow with Earth Shock to consume the Nature Vulnerability debuff. Use Shamanistic Rage on cooldown. Auto attacks fill every gap. On enemies that will live for more than a few seconds, refreshing Flame Shock for its full duration is worth the global. Keep Lightning Shield up constantly. It's essentially free damage every time you take a hit. Once you hit level 62 and learn Water Shield, use it when you need mana recovery instead of Lightning Shield. It returns mana on each orb consumed and completely eliminates drinking for most pulls. Enhancement Shaman has 4 class quest chains to unlock each totem school, and skipping them is one of the biggest mistakes new players make. At level 4, you get Call of Earth, which gives you Stoneclaw Totem. At level 10, you get Call of Fire, which unlocks Searing Totem. Do this immediately.
recharging.
Hello, hope you are doing well. Smiling face with smiling eyes. I really like your channel, and if you are open to it, I would love to make some art for you. Let me know if you would be down.
That's not ready yet.
Not even worth fucking pressing that button. I'm just one-shotting everything. My crit at 15.
Just followed.
You didn't though. Or I got a notification.
It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
Free to cut it up and throw it away. That's my old one. Yeah. It's so easy to activate them now.
I can't do that yet.
So can you drop your DC and Insta in chat, please? Pleading face.
Let me ban you really quick. Hold on. Let me get on that. Yeah, 1 second. Just stay right there and I'll ban you. Oh, please. Oh, please. You get you real quick, please. You get you real quick, please. You get you real quick. Man, there we go. There we go. We got it. Oh shit.
It's too far away. I'm out of range.
Oh, I see. Okay. This is the dumbest quest.
What's the secret to being the best? I never looked at my physique and thought it was the best. I never was that guy that looks in the mirror and say, I can't wear this shirt because I don't look big enough. I would go to the gym in tank top and shorts every day, whether I was on or off drugs, because the truth is like, there was no TRT and there was no cruising or bridging. There was just, you stopped cold turkey, you got big and cut for the show, because the only way to get the cuts and hold that size was to use anabolics, right?
Yeah.
So I would actually cycle for the contest and literally come off and 0, 0, 0, nothing.
For how long?
Months. What's the secret to being the best? I never looked at my physique and thought it was the best. I never was that guy that looks in the mirror and say, I can't wear this shirt because I don't look big enough. I would go to the gym in tank top and shorts every day, whether I was on or off drugs, because the truth is like, there was no TRT.
All the TPUSA influencers were filing out of court with this crazy new story about this video that they all saw at the end of the very last day, after the cameras were off, so none of us got to see it. They apparently got to see this crazy high-definition video that was zoomed in that showed Tyler Robinson taking the shot. Except the problem was that Brandy and Billy of Brandy and Billy Show, they were there. In fact, they literally slept on the concrete in order to get slots in line, because there was only 14 of them. And they saw the video, and they immediately called bullshit. This is their court wristbands. Brandy posted saying, I was in the courtroom today. There is no high quality zoomed in footage showing anyone taking a shot. The video shown is the same distance as the footage of Tyler jumping off the roof shown in this screenshot. Tyler. I have no idea why people are claiming otherwise. They know the video isn't going to be released publicly, so they're misrepresenting what was actually shown in court. And that started a firestorm. They tried to discredit Brandy.
Robinson's face. It could be anyone. It literally could be anyone. It does not zoom in well enough at all for you to be able to tell who it is. People are saying oh, there was sound, you could hear the gunshot. That is an absolute lie. No sound at all.
Score one for Real Journalists. Shout out to Brandy, shout out to Billy. Give them a follow if you don't already. So it turns out that it's actually just the same video footage that we already got from the same surveillance cameras that we already saw. Same resolution, everything. They just used a video editing program to zoom in on it. All the TPUSA influencers were filing out of court with this crazy new story about this video that they all saw at the end of the very last day, after the cameras were off, so none of us got to see it. They apparently got to see this crazy high-definition video that was zoomed in that showed Tyler Robinson taking the shot. Except the problem was that Brandy and Billy of Brandy and Billy Show, they were there. In fact, they literally slept on the concrete in order to get slots in line, because there was only 14 of them. And they saw the video.
Ash on my tongue, iron in my lungs, blood on the the sheets, night in my veins, storm in my ears. Wolves trace our steps, gods count our kills. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla.
It's too far away.
Frost on the oars, wraith like white smoke. Eyes on the shore, fire in the dark. Oath on my tongue, salt on my throat. If this is the end, let it leave a mark. You are waiting for I can hear it in your every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. If I do not see the morning, carry my name in your mouth. Raise up the horn, pour the glory, let my children hear the shout. Hey! You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Hey! Every scar a burning.
As of last night, we are back to full-scale war. A new war, if you didn't know this. It's a different war with Iran. Same war, but different war. We'll explain this, how it all works. But yes, full-scale war. We're back to it, so that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Can't wait for that. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about how the economy is doing, because we might have thought, oh, gas prices are about to come down. Probably not. So we're going to talk about the economy, how, again, going back to full-scale war and the Strait of Hormuz being closed again, how that's going to affect everything. And let's see, what else are we going to talk about tonight? We're going to talk about Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham passing away. Rough times. So sad. But also, well, more controversy surrounding this, because we're going to talk about who's taking Lindsey Graham's Senate seat. It might surprise you. So we're going to talk about that, the effects of that. We'll talk about Republicans, Democrats, independents. We're going to talk a little bit about different things. ICE apparently shot another dude in the face this week. So, okay, that's great. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about some current event stuff going on. A little bit about the Tyler Robinson trial, what's happened afterwards. Not much. Some clips from our friend Ian Carroll that we're going to talk about. And then, we'll cover Republicans, Democrats, and that will be the show. It should be exciting. Should be a good one. Again, a lot to talk about, a lot to get caught up on. How is everybody doing? How are we all doing? Are you ready to get back to our regular scheduled content of the world being on fire? We had a nice little break where we weren't really concerned about with the rest of the world while we focused on the Charlie Kirk case for a week, but now we are back. We are back. All right, real quick, we didn't do this one last week. Where is everybody?
You have a time quest.
No, there will be no paint drying tonight. We're not going to have a boring show tonight, Bobby. We're back to our regular schedule, jam-packed, full of good stuff on this one tonight. Where's everybody tuning in from? Where are we turning in from? Yes, we do. We are doing a Mochi reveal tonight. Mochi is coming on the stream tonight. She has currently got the massive zoomies in the living room right now. She's just tried to jump on top of our Rottweiler. She's going crazy. All right, but so when she calms down a little bit, we're bringing Mochi out. The new kitty reveal. Munchkin's sister, legitimate sister, by the way, actually.
What? No way.
That's still recharging.
MAGA is now turning on MAGA. This is the movement that you have created.
The movement that you are part of killed Charlie. Charlie Kirk said that the Civil Rights Act was a huge mistake. He said that Martin Luther King Jr. was awful and not a good person.
I agree with him. This is an entire political movement in real time that is eating itself.
I've been called a 24-karat gold fuckwit before. If you don't like my show, then don't watch. Right? If you don't like the interview, then don't watch.
Charlie Kirk played a massive role in returning Trump to the presidency, not least by energizing young people. With pyrotechnics, star-studded lineups, and swashbuckling debates, he helped to create the idea that Republicans were cool again. They were the movement on the rise. Democrats were tired, corporate, and wedded to woke causes, which even they were sick of. As we'll debate shortly, it's not yet obvious that the Democrats have anything like that kind of momentum or any standout leaders that people of all persuasions can rally behind. What's also now clear is that Charlie Kirk did a lot of heavy lifting in holding the Trump coalition together. He famously invited all factions to his Turning Point events, where they usually managed to find some common ground. Whether that common ground would have survived the disastrous Iran war and the president calling his own supporters stupid, weak and gullible over Epstein, we will sadly never know. Even Charlie Kirk's own death is proving stubbornly divisive. Last week, Tyler Robinson, his alleged killer, appeared in court as the case against him was laid out in detail for the first time across 5 days of hearings. The courtroom was expected to be open throughout the case as a rebuttal to the many conspiracy theories about his murder. But for some people, that won't be enough. We seem to be in an era of permanent mistrust. If you get your news exclusively from social media, as many do now, you probably think Senator Lindsey Graham was killed by either the Russians, the Iranians, or the Israelis. In Britain this week, the appalling murder of legendary Conservative MP Anne Widdecombe has been turned into a true crime mystery by some of the politicians in her own party. All of this amounts to a sorry state of suspicion and division, which is crying out the same common sense leadership. And whichever direction I turn right now, it seems to be, frankly, in very short supply. Well, joining us now is Jack Posobiec, Senior Editor of Human Events, who's here, actually in London. First time we've ever met in person.
Thank
Jack,
you so much,
welcome
Piers.
to my great city.
I came here to see you.
The capital of the world and the greatest country in the world. It's great to welcome you.
I'm not so sure if I agree with all of that, Piers, but happy to be here.
It's good to see you. And Brandon Tatum, a.k.a. the Officer Tatum, Wajahat Ali, the co-host of Democracy-ish, and Brian Tyler Cohen, author of a new book, The Day After, How to Wield Power in a Post-Trump World. Well, welcome to all of you. A stellar panel, as always. Let me start with you, Jack, as you're here with me in London. This whole Charlie Kirk, it's a tragedy about what happened. Let's start with what happened to him. An absolutely tragic, appalling murder of a guy who went out of his way to try and bring people together to have free and open debate in a democracy. And it's despicable what happened to him. But what's also despicable to me, I'll be completely honest about this, is the raging, often ludicrous conspiracy theories that erupted almost from the moment he was killed and have continued to be fermented across the airwaves by people who, frankly, I think not only should know better, but do know better, but see a financial incentive in whipping all this stuff up. And all these conspiracy theories in the last week, and you were there in court, look to me like they've been comprehensively dismantled. This was exactly what it looked like. This guy killed Charlie Kirk because he wanted to kill him. And we know that because his flatmate has confirmed all that. And we know that from all the other evidence that came out. Am I missing anything? Is there any great grand conspiracy of the kind that have been spewed out by, let's say, the leading protagonist, Candace Owens, who has gone after Erica Kirk in a way that I find really appalling. But I also think whipping up all these ridiculous theories, surely now, when confronted by what we've seen in court, it is a time to reflect on what are we doing as a society? When a young husband and father gets brutally murdered like this, and we turn it into effectively a clickbaiting entertainment empire that can make vast sums of money spewing conspiracies which are obviously bullshit.
Well, Piers, thank you for your kind words about Charlie and even about Turning Point at the top of this. And I agree with you that Charlie was a generational talent. By the way, I should also say that absolutely praying for Ann Widdecombe. This situation seems absolutely horrific. I've been following it since I've been here.
Well, the counter-terrorism police have got involved now. And
apparently there's just some breaking news today.
They found stuff which suggests that this person may have been motivated for political reasons.
And to me, it almost
drive
seems
300 miles to go and kill a woman nearly 80.
Well, and the same way that we learned in court last week that Tyler Robinson drove 3 hours to get to the campus. They have his cell phone data. They have the data from his car systems. They have obviously videotape and surveillance tape that's gone out. And so I can't help but worry that perhaps it's the same type of political hatred, this idea that we should use violence rather than words, which is what Charlie always stood for, that we saw with Charlie's murder has now come to the UK in this case.
Right. I want to play a clip from Candace Owens, who came back from a break this week and said this.
There is a seemingly infinite number of influencers on social media who watched the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing last week, and they reported back to us common folk that they came away from it and they were effectively drowning. They were submerged, they were engulfed, they were completely buried by the avalanche of undeniable evidence that Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk. I mean, they were so consumed that they all just began using that exact same adjective to express themselves. It is overwhelming. In fact, that has really been the key word since last year, right? It is the new wear a mask, save lives, 6 feet social distancing. The evidence against Tyler Robinson is overwhelming.
I mean, the problem with Jaha is the evidence against him is overwhelming. I mean, Jack himself was in court, as he said. He posted yesterday the moment Lance Twiggs, who was the partner of Tyler Robinson, agreed to testify against his boyfriend. The defense was sunk. Twiggs didn't provide an alibi or say the rifle had been stolen. Instead, he confirmed that Tyler Robinson confessed to killing Charlie Kirk, along with other key details of the plot. And I know, Officer Tatum, you were there too, and I'll come to you about this. But what do we do about this with Jahat? Because I've watched this play out since Charlie Kirk was murdered, and it's awful. It's awful. It's awful to see a widow, Erica Kirk, whatever people may think of her, to see her targeted in such a heartless, cruel manner. I just think is horrendous. What are we doing here as a society?
What you're witnessing is political cannibalism, and what you're witnessing is the end result of a political movement that is born off of and fueled by anger, rage, conspiracy theory, and lies. It eventually turns on itself. I want to remind everyone, because I have the receipts, that after Charlie Kirk was brutally murdered, before there was any evidence, before there was anyone was arrested, Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and the entire right wing blamed the radical left. This was the time during they unleashed the National Guard and ICE against American people and were trying to gin up a case to attack anyone who opposes Donald Trump and the MAGA movement. Then what happened? Kash Patel, who is the completely unqualified leader of the FBI, completely messed up, had no leads whatsoever. We actually had the FBI say we have no leads whatsoever. Tyler Robinson turned himself in, according to what we know, because a family member said, turn yourself in. So the only suspect that we actually have is Tyler Robinson. The conspiracy theories that have come out, the ugly conspiracy theories that you've talked about, have only come out from the right wing. In particular, but not exclusively, Candace Owens has profited off it, coming up with these insane conspiracy theories, also anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about, another shooter or perhaps Israel and other individuals, and they don't believe the case itself. And I'm looking at it and say, it looks to me like most likely Tyler Robinson was radicalized. Here is a white man with a gun. He had his own grievance, and he shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And now, from the evidence that we've seen in the past week, his roommate said that Charlie Kirk Tyler Robinson broke down crying, admitting that he killed Charlie Kirk. So this is an entire political movement in real time that is eating itself. Candace Owens came from MAGA. MAGA is now turning on MAGA. And now if there's any self-reflection and any decency, which there isn't, they would sit back and say, maybe, just maybe, we shouldn't have spread these insane conspiracy theories. Maybe we should not have talked about, QAnon. Maybe we should not have promoted Stop the Steal movement. Maybe we should not have promoted replacement theory. Maybe we should not have said that all law enforcement are part of the enemy of the state. Jack, you became famous promoting these theories, these conspiracies, these lies.
So do you mean like when? So I noticed you left out that Jimmy Kimmel said that you mentioned me. You forgot to mention that Jimmy Kimmel went on nighttime TV and said that it was a MAGA supporter who killed Charlie Kirk. I don't think Jimmy Kimmel is a member of the right. I know. I also remember that there were a lot. No. I'll let you talk. Now
Jack,
you brought
have
me
the
up.
courage
I'm
of
going
your
to respond.
convictions. Be a man, Jack.
I also saw
Be a man.
that there were many
Jack,
people
try to
saying
be
that
a
it was a
man.
groyper.
Don't talk over each other. Let him reply. Let him reply,
Jack,
Wajahat.
I didn't interrupt you, Jack.
There were
I'll finish
people
real
who
quick.
claimed it
Let
was
him
a
reply.
There were
Jack,
people
let
who
me just
Let
claimed
finish.
him reply, Wajahat, then you can reply to him. Support for Uncensored comes from Dose for Cholesterol, a simple and reliable way to take control of your own health. Cholesterol can be an issue for many people, some for lifestyle reasons and sometimes just bad luck. But you can get ahead of it. Dose for Cholesterol is extremely convenient. Just a small daily shot which tastes like mango. No pills and no powders. It uses naturally occurring ingredients like turmeric, so you know that you're not putting chemical garbage into your body. This is a way to take more control of your own health, which could help you delay the more intense conventional remedies. They'll send it straight to your door for zero hassle. New customers can save 35% on your first month subscription by going to dosedaily.co/peers or simply entering peers at checkout. That's dosedaily.co/peers for 35% off your first month subscription.
There were also people who falsely claimed that it was a groyper, that it was a member of the right. Jimmy Kimmel spread that on nighttime news. This was big news. There was a huge push about it. There were headlines about it. We debated on the show. I don't know if you're on that exact panel, but I watch every single episode of Peers, so I saw it. I mean, this was huge news. So to say that none of that happened, also notice that you seem to have skipped over the radical left, which we now know absolutely was responsible for this. And we even knew that before we had the identification of Tyler Robinson because we had the etchings on the bullets. Hey, fascist, catch. Bella Ciao, the Antifa anthem. All of that evidence was out there, but you seem to have missed it.
Yeah, so you're literally doing what I accused you of doing, so thank you for proving.
Following the evidence? Thank you, yes.
Jack, listen, be a man, have the courage of your convictions.
The courage of following the evidence.
10 toes down, Jack.
Reading the evidence.
This is what you have
where
created.
It lies.
Wait, just let me finish. This is the movement that you have created, and this is the movement now that is eating itself.
The movement that you are part of killed Charlie.
Just let me finish, Jack. I let you say what you have to say. I'm almost done. Listen,
that's the left.
Candace Owens is not a member of the radical left. Candace Owens is a member of MAGA.
The radical left murdered Charlie Kirk.
And the attack against Turning Point and Erica Kirk,
a guy in a
fissure
trans relationship with Antifa etchings on the bullets murdered
Jack, all
Charlie
I'm going to say is
Kirk.
this. Let me
That's
finish.
all the evidence
and then
in court.
You can move on.
That's the court evidence.
There's a great quote
That's
from
murder, and you don't seem to care. You don't
Jack,
seem to
Ken
care
Watanabe's
that
character said
Charlie
this.
was killed. There's an MP
Jack,
who's killed in the UK right now.
You're
It
telling
seems
on
to be
yourself.
targeted.
You're not letting me speak. You're
And
telling on
you're
yourself.
blaming me. You seem more upset about
Jack,
me simply
you're
being
telling
here
on yourself.
talking
Just-
than people who agree with your politics, murdering people, one at a campus, one in her own kitchen.
Jack, just let me finish. I did not interrupt you. You seem like you're telling
You
yourself.
literally
you're being
interrupted me so
nervous.
much that Piers had to step in.
All right. There's a great line from Godzilla. Ken Watanabe character says, "Let them fight." And I, for one, am fine with MAGA eating himself over this horrific issue. And I say, Pierce,
And you
I
seem like
believe-
you're fine with your guys
let
killing
the-
us.
Let the
You seem like
investigation
you're fine with
play
that.
itself
I don't
out.
hear you have 1 minute of time to say, you know what, both sides should not be violent. Could you at least say that?
I'm perfectly fine condemning violent extremism on all sides. I've done
And
it
what
on
was the
Pierce's
motive
show
of the
for
killer
2.5
here?
years.
What was the motive of
And the
Charlie
number
Kirk's
one
killing?
domestic terror threat in America right now for the past 20 years is, want to take a guess? White supremacist
What was the
terrorism,
motive of
which
Charlie
I condemn.
Kirk's alleged killer? What's the motive? Just answer the question.
You tell me. What's the motive? You tell me, Jack.
I just did many times.
Interesting.
All right, let me bring in the others. We'll be waiting patiently. Let me bring in Brandon Tatum, aka the Officer Tatum. You've also been in court. You posted day 4 of Tyler Robinson's preliminary hearing, changed everything. The courtroom saw the text, the note, the rifle, the DNA, and Lance Twiggs' interview. The conspiracy theories didn't survive the evidence. I mean, look, there seems to be a reluctance by many people on the conservative right in America, whether they're fearful of her or I don't know what it is, but it seems to be pretty cowardly to just outright call out Candace for what she's been doing, right? What we've seen in the last week in court from the evidence that was produced is that all this conspiracy flying is bullshit, and she's been making a ton of money doing it. It's no different in my eyes to what Alex Jones did with InfoWars about Sandy Hook, right? Peddling deliberate lies for cash. Now, I'm already in a bet with Candace for charity of $300,000 about whether Brigitte Macron is a man. And the Macrons are suing her, and we're going to get to the bottom of that. And guess what they're going to find? She's a woman because she had 3 kids. And I doubt Candace will pay me. She'll go on a rant about endless conspiracy theories involving everyone involved in the court case. And she won't accept it, in other words. She never accepts anything. She just wants to peddle these conspiracy theories and doesn't seem to care, to me, Brandon, about whether actual people who are grieving, like Erica Kirk, get deeply wounded in the process of all this. And again, I ask you the same question. I mean, would you condemn Candace Owens for what she's been doing?
Yeah, I think that's an easy condemnation. I condemn anything that Candace is saying that is wrong. You know, I know her personally, and me and her are supposed to have a conversation here soon about what's going on, because I think that I think it'll be beneficial for her to be educated on what the truth is, how these processes work, how investigations work, how DNA evidence works. And as a person who know her personally, I think it's invaluable for me and others who know her to have a conversation with her. You know, I don't think that it's conducive to get out and scream her name every single day on social media. Erica's not doing it. Turning Point is not doing it. Charlie never did it, even though he disagreed with many things that Candace said. I think it is important that we attack what is being said 100%. It is lies. I think the things that are being said are evil. They're hurtful. They're counterproductive to Charlie Kirk's legacy, who he was as a man and what he stands for. And I condemn anybody that's out here peddling lies when we have evidence that's unequivocal that came out in court in the preliminary hearing. It's going to be even worse if they go to trial. There's going to be even more evidence. There's going to be more witnesses. And so and the gentleman that's, I guess next to me, I don't know if the audience is seeing it the way I'm seeing it, but what a complete fool to sit and gloat and have your opportunity to say, well, I'm excited that the MAGA is fighting each other on the back of Charlie, who was assassinated for just being a man who spoke the truth. He was a good man. He was a good father. I knew him personally. And it's a shame that we can't sit here and just condemn hatred. We have to go and point that it's MAGA, it's not MAGA. That's foolery. This man lost his life representing what America stands for, and that is the freedom of speech. He voluntarily, people came to debate him on campus. He never was belligerent with people. He didn't get violent with people. He gave people opportunities to speak. And a leftist nut job that followed this anti-Trump hatred towards Christians and conservatives is the one that took his life in callous with no remorse.
Okay.
And so don't give me that crap about MAGA. The left is the most violent group of people in this country. They tried to kill the president multiple times. They killed Charlie. They tried to kill Congress members. These people are threatening my life, Jack Posovic's life. I mean, we got letters in the mail from these nut jobs claiming to kill us. You cannot name a single instance in recent history where conservatives are doing the exact same thing, targeting and killing a Democrat. Name one.
Well, I would say, I would say that it is provable that in this century, that for the overwhelmingly large part of this century, most of the political violence in America has come from the right. I mean, that's inarguable statistically. I would couch it by saying, I think there's been a turnaround in the last 2 years, I think is the last thing I read. And for the first time, actually, this century, you're seeing it skewing slightly to the left now. So this is a problem on both sides. Why don't we just be intellectually honest about it? Let me bring in Brian Tyler Cohen. This is a problem on both sides. Radicalized people to the left and right who think that the answer to disagreeing with people is to kill them, right? And we're seeing the same thing in the UK. Anne Widdecombe is the 3rd politician who's been murdered in the last 12 years in the UK. The 3rd. right? And it's for their political beliefs. They're getting killed. It's like the most appalling form of terrorism you can imagine, right? These are politicians representing constituents, and whether it's Charlie Kirk in America, a political figure, or actual politicians in the UK, all the presidents you've had who've been shot and assassinated and survived assassinations and so on. This has been going on since I was born. You know, I was born in '65, and you had JFK murdered just before me, then his brother, then Martin Luther King, and so on. Trump's only been killed several times. So let's not pretend it's just the left or the right. It's not. But let's come back to Charlie Kirk, because what you're seeing immediately, you're seeing with Lindsey Graham, for example, who, from what the accounts I've read, almost certainly has died of a heart-related condition, which came on very suddenly and can kill you very quickly. But I'm also reading endless conspiracy theories being aired that this was Russia, it was Iran, it was Israel. You know, Trump has been asked about it.
Israel makes no sense.
Look, the Russians have a habit of poisoning people they don't like. And Lindsey Graham once called for Putin to be, taken out. Do you have any suspicions or worries? Do you think we know the whole story about his death?
I don't think, just to answer the conspiracy theory, I don't know. I'd love to say yes, but I think he had some problems, and very, very difficult. And his father died just about at the same age from, I'm a believer in the racehorse theory. If you have problems, you have problems. And he had some problems that were a little bit deep-seated and not easy to find.
So Brian, what's your view of all this? Yeah, let's have an honest conversation about this.
I mean, in terms of conspiracy theories surrounding Lindsey Graham's death, is that what you're asking?
I would say that we got the Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories being peddled ever since he was murdered. You've now got the same thing happening with Lindsey Graham, where a lot of people don't want to believe officialdom at all. Trust has never been lower, I think, in officialdom. But you've also got, I think, bad actors out there now who deliberately peddle this stuff to make money online. And they do it aggressively and they make millions.
Yeah, and I think conspiracy theories are the currency of the internet right now. And I think Waj brought up a great point, which is that we have a panelist on this very panel who did exactly that. Jack, with the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, is an example of somebody peddling abject
I would love to talk about all your Russia episodes, Brian.
Profit.
How many times have you done an episode talking about how Donald Trump is controlled by Russia?
Why can't you stand up for the words that you've said?
Russiagate that you've pushed for absolute years.
Why can't you stand up for the words that you've said?
For absolute years.
Do you stand behind Pizzagate?
For absolute years, your conspiracy theory.
Do you stand behind your own words with Pizzagate? Yes or no?
Destroyed the country.
Yes or no? Do you stand behind
Pizzagate? James T. Hodgkinson, who shot up a Republican.
You can't. If you're willing to say these things, why can't you stand behind them?
Field because
he's not a man
filibuster. Why can't you just stand up for your own words? You said them. Why can't you stand up for your own words instead of filibustering?
Okay, look. In the interest of fair play, I like to call out everybody, but look, they put a direct thing to you, Jack. You were part of that Pizzagate conspiracy theory era. Do you now regret that?
Well, for one, I never said that it was true, ever. People have put words in my mouth, and people have claimed things I never said.
Did you believe it might be true?
No.
Then why'd you promote it?
Again, see, he's saying promoted. He can't actually point to anything I've said.
Did you ever promote it?
No.
Never?
Wow.
No, we went there to have dinner and to show people that it was a regular shop. And I've said that from the very start.
You also promoted Stops the Steal.
See, again, here we go. So I'm explaining something.
Well, he's given, to be fair to him,
he just jumps over.
To be fair to him, Wajahat and Brian, he's given a very unequivocal response there that he never promoted the Pizzagate thing, which was the QAnon theory, obviously. That he never did that, and so do you guys?
And by the way,
have
QAnon?
Well, hang on.
I'm in the HBO documentary calling out QAnon.
Right, but I just wondered, do either of you guys actually have any evidence he did promote the Pizzagate theory as a theory?
Piers, he is lying.
Okay, well, show me the evidence.
What do you mean? The evidence is his entire career. What are you talking about?
No, that's not good enough. No, Wajahat, you can't do that. If you guys are going to accuse him directly of promoting one of the most outrageous conspiracy theories in modern history, at least provide some evidence. I mean, tell me where he has promoted it.
Jack Posobiec's
They're
entire
on
career.
ChatGPT right now trying to find something. Now, why would you make a claim like
for
that
sure.
against
I'm
Jack if you don't have
absolutely- I'm
evidence right away?
absolutely fine.
I don't know if
should
he
have
did
it
or
off the
didn't.
top
I'm
of your
relying on
head.
you two who
It
made
should
the
be off
charge
the
to
top of your
provide
head
evidence.
for you making a claim like that. You should be right off the top of your head. You shouldn't have to look down and do your research on the show.
I don't
You
mind
made
if
the
they
claim.
even. I do, to be honest, Brandon, I don't mind if they do want to check it, but I don't know the answer for certain. But you guys are the ones accusing him, so I think it's only fair to ask you: do you have any evidence he promoted the Pizzagate theory?
I will find it right now.
Okay, but you don't have any at the moment.
Jack, wait, Jack, hold on a second, Jack. So what you're saying on live television is you have never, ever in your entire career promoted the Pizzagate conspiracy. You are not in any way, shape, or form responsible for mainstreaming it, promoting it, in any way, shape, or form, making it famous, injecting into the right-wing ecosystem. Is that what you're saying on television?
I am saying the exact same thing that I have said since day number one to anyone who asked. You can go and look up my statement to the Washington Post back, I believe it was December of 2016, and I compared it to Iraq WMDs.
And what does that mean?
Well, what do you think? It means they were fake.
Okay, so all right, if that's what you're saying, interesting.
With 10 years, almost 10 years. But nobody ever actually looks at what I've said. They just do what you
Here we
Oh,
do.
go. I have a quote from
smear.
Jack.
They just smear. That's all you guys do.
I have a quote from Jack.
Okay.
So this is what Jack said with regard to the pizza place that there was a claim that there was a sex trafficking ring in the basement of. You know why people use walkie-talkies? In the Navy, we used to use walkie-talkies a lot over cell phones. You know why? Because walkie-talkies can go through different levels in the ship. So if he's communicating with somebody, like in a tunnel or in a basement of another place in the area, that would be a perfect way to communicate with each other.
What are you talking about? Like, you're
This
not
is
even
this
providing
idea that
direct
a pizza
evidence.
placement,
You
that a
have
pizza
nothing.
place that didn't have a
Here's-
basement.
these guys
You
have
said the
nothing.
words, and I quote: "The
These guys
pizza
have
itself
nothing.
is legit. What's going on in the back is the issue."
Yeah, that's my
That
point.
was
I
your
said
comment.
I went there to show people it was a regular restaurant.
So what was going on in the back?
I went on to show people it was a regular restaurant. That's why I went there. I
So
left.
when you said what's
and
going
I
on in the
never,
back is an
ever
issue, what did
went
you
back
mean?
there. I never ever went in to promote anything like that. It was an idea that I had to try to reach out to people who were wondering about this on the internet, to just go there, order some food, sit down with a friend, and show them it was a regular
Explain
spot.
your comment. What's going on in the back is the issue.
Was the issue
What's going
that
on in
people
the
were
back?
talking about.
I've been there. I've been to that pizza place.
So have I.
What's going on in the back, Jack? Because I went there. You know what was going on in the back? We were making pizza, and people were playing ping pong. And you know what happened?
Yeah,
Based on the
I actually didn't even
wait,
go
for
back there. I
people who
just
don't know
sat
what's
down.
happening at Pizzagate, based on this conspiracy
Yeah,
and
again, you guys
radicalized
don't have any
demand,
direct
you come
evidence
with
at all.
a
You
gun to
provided
that
nothing.
pizza parlor.
I just read a
man
quote
came
of
with
you
a gun.
saying what's going on in the back is the issue.
No, you guys are saying that that is the same as equating this to some kind of grand trafficking conspiracy. You just don't have it. You don't
That's
have it.
literally
You just
what it is. When
literally
you say
look
what's
at
going on in the
headlines.
back is the
You look
issue,
at
that is
headlines,
equating it to a grand
and you're
conspiracy
playing
theory.
games rather than actually looking at what I did. And
Jack, you are
know,
doing what
Jack, I read a
Candace
direct
Owens
quote.
is doing right now. You did what
Again,
Candace
I'm
Owens is doing
also
right
telling
now.
you that you can go to the Washington
Oh,
Post,
this is
look
so
at my
gay,
statement.
No one cares.
What happens if you look inside a tornado? Most people think a tornado is just a giant spinning cloud, but the inside is far more terrifying than most people realize. If you ever see one nearby, don't even think about getting close. The winds can spin so fast that they can destroy houses within seconds. But one man had a crazy idea. After spotting a massive tornado in the distance, he drove straight toward it to find out what it actually looked like from the inside. When he got close enough, he quickly set up his drone and launched it directly into the storm. As the drone flew closer, the winds grew stronger and debris began swirling everywhere. Then, when the drone finally entered the tornado, something unbelievable happened. But first, who is your protector? If it's Jesus, like and subscribe immediately. And if darkness is your protector, just keep watching. Share this video so people know who protects you, and leave a heart emoji for it. Back to the video. When the drone finally entered the eye of the tornado, the camera revealed a massive spinning tunnel of dust and debris swirling at incredible speed. What happens if you look inside a tornado? Most people think a tornado is
Israel news.
We are Venom. Jack. Oh, Jack. I want you to draw me like one of your French girls. 27 years I dreamt of you. I craved you. Oh, I missed you. Waiting for this very moment.
Fake news media has never been so wrong or so dirty. Purposely incorrect stories and phony sources to meet their agenda.
Okay. We are Venom. Jack.
So, Christian, I advise you to get out of the ring. You can have whatever's left after 3-minute warning is finished destroying Goldberg.
They got by Goldberg last week. We're getting their retribution. Here's Goldberg. And look at Rick. Look at the strength into the camera. Here's Christian. And Christian with the down behind. I think Christian learned that from Brock. Now, where's he going now?
Christian! Christian!
Now what?
I'm here to drink some damn beer. You got a problem with that?
Uh-oh.
Hell yeah! I got a problem with that. I think you want to whip that sumbitch's ass who just come out here and hit you with that steel chair. Goldberg versus Christian in a steel cage.
Whoa! Oh, my God!
That dog will hunt, buddy.
Oh, that dog
Oh,
will
good.
hunt.
I got some damn beer to drink.
He's gonna do it. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. A stone cold toast to Goldberg. I'm off to swimming in beer. Swimming in the beer. Goldberg and Stone.
So, Christian, I advise you to get out of the ring. You can have whatever's
Wait, no. No.
So, I don't think Wrath of the Lich King is going to come to the Anniversary Realms. I do think that's probably a good thing, though. Let me just tell you why. I genuinely think a lot of people are misreading what Blizzard is doing right now. And honestly, if you're somebody who wants a real Classic Plus, this is probably the best possible sign we could have gotten that it's happening, not the worst. Because think about this logically for a few seconds. Let's just be honest with ourselves. If Blizzard's entire plan was just, okay, we're just gonna go through the real Classic, vanilla, Burning Crusade, and then let's do Wrath again, why are they acting so weird right now? Why all the secrecy? Creators coming in saying that they can go, but not saying what it's about. What's up with all the vague teasing? Why isn't it on the roadmap mentioned? Why is Wrath of the Lich King completely removed from that? And why are they talking about the future of Classic instead of just saying Wrath is going to launch next year? That is the thing that nobody can answer. And once you start looking at the actual evidence, it becomes really hard to believe that Wrath of the Lich King is the next step at all. But before we get into all that, if you enjoy this kind of Classic discussion, I'd like you guys to subscribe. At the time that I'm recording this, the channel is still under 1,000 subscribers, so every single new sub really does help. All right, so the biggest reason I think Wrath is not going to come to the Anniversary Realms is the roadmap. This is the thing that keeps getting overlooked. Blizzard literally released the official 2026 Classic roadmap during the State of Azeroth presentation just a few months ago, back in January. And they laid out everything for Burning Crusade Anniversary. Everything they talked about. All the different raids, they made it sound cool. The roadmap goes all the way through late 2026, and there is absolutely zero mention of Wrath of the Lich King. There wasn't a teaser, a logo, there wasn't like a coming soon thing. And this is Blizzard. They love teasing future content. Especially Wrath of the Lich King is when they had their highest subscriber numbers before they stopped releasing the subscriber numbers. And it was arguably the most beloved expansion in World of Warcraft history. You really think if Northrend, let's talk about it, Northrend, Arthas, was the next big thing, they wouldn't at least hint at it? Come on. The omission of that at the State of Azeroth, that was obviously intentional. And multiple outlets noticed this immediately because it's kind of bizarre. Normally, the progression path is obvious. You go vanilla, TBC, Wrath. I think everybody expected that when we first did the Anniversary Realms. But because Blizzard deliberately broke that pattern, I think they broke it because they know something else is coming, something huge. And people are going to be getting that progression fatigue, not classic fatigue, progression fatigue. There's a difference. A lot of players do not want to endlessly rerun the exact same expansion ladder forever.
I do.
Vanilla, TBC, Wrath. There are some people that want to do that, and I think there'll be motivation to do it again. But as of now, I think people are a little burnt. And that feels less like an MMO world and more just like seasonal content cycling through.
That's smart.
And that's not what you and I really want.
Yes.
We want permanence at this point. Going to any Reddit, going to any Discord, we want something for the long haul. That's why Classic Plus is so exciting, because it represents something different for the community. It's not like a rerun, it's an evolution of what we grew up with and what we've been playing since 2019 launch. And honestly, that brings me to the second massive reason why I think Wrath isn't next. The Streamer Summit, and they brought Zaryus and everyone out there. I think that's probably the biggest thing. In early May, Blizzard flew out a whole bunch of, it was just a few weeks ago. You guys remember, they flew out a whole bunch of streamers to Irvine under NDA. But they did tell them that they could talk about them going there, they just couldn't talk about the content. Here's the important part. This is not how Blizzard handles normal progression servers. They do not fly creators out under a strict NDA to test, hey guys, remember Wrath of the Lich King? Do you guys want to do that again? It doesn't really require any secret testing. They already have all the files. Everybody knows about Wrath. Everyone already knows the content cadence. Everybody already knows the systems. You don't need closed door summits for that. What you do need them for is test systems, content, philosophy. That feels way more Classic Plus than it does Wrath Anniversary. And honestly, the timing lines up almost perfectly with the roadmap omission. That's what makes it so interesting to me. That's why I just keep fucking talking about it. I keep thinking about it. Because separately, you could maybe explain these things away. But when you combine them, it starts painting like a very clear picture. And then there's Holly Longdale during the State of Azeroth. And this is the third thing I think most people are kind of forgetting about. During the State of Azeroth, she came out and she said, I can say with confidence that all classic players, and then she got cut off. I can't remember what it was. But she said, and then she said, oh, we'll save that for later. And since then, nothing about Wrath. She didn't tease Wrath. That wasn't a Wrath tease at all. That is so weird if Wrath was the plan. Because, again, Wrath is easy marketing. Wrath is printing money for Blizzard if they chose to do it. If Wrath Anniversary was the next major move, they wouldn't be cryptic about it. Why wouldn't they just say that Wrath is coming and then everyone gets ready for it? The answer is probably because the next thing is not Wrath. And honestly, I think Blizzard finally realizes something important. Classic players are not actually asking for infinite nostalgia loops. They're asking for a persistent MMO in a world that feels meaningful again. That is what people miss. That's what you miss. That's what I miss. Classic Plus is not exciting because it's new content. It's exciting because it could finally break WoW out of like endless treadmill cycle. And that's why I think we are not going to be getting Wrath. Because if Wrath launches immediately after TBC Anniversary, Classic just becomes a rerun that we're going to do every 5 years. And I think that's dangerous. I don't think it's good or healthy for the game. Because eventually there's nowhere to go after that. We're going to do Kata Anniversary, MOP Legion Anniversary.
No, you just
at that
start
point,
over.
Classic loses its identity. And also, since I am recording a video, I'd like to remind you guys quickly about the gamepad that I use. Oh man, I'm playing right now. It's called the Azeron Cyborg. Have you guys ever heard of it? When I make this later, I'll put it on the screen. I cannot recommend this enough. It's like a robot thing that you put your hand into, and you have a whole bunch of keys. It's what I'm clicking right now. If you guys can hear it clicking, probably not. I genuinely cannot recommend this thing enough. And honestly, I don't think that I could play without it now. It completely fixes any of the hand issues I've had. Having all your keybinds ergonomically placed right at your fingertips is perfect. The link is in the description if you want to check it out. Anyway, the fourth reason I think Wrath isn't next. Blizzard's comms have been entirely TBC focused for months. Go look at every single official Warcraft post right now. If you're talking about Anniversary Realms, it's just Burning Crusade. I understand we're in Burning Crusade. We're at the end of it. And this is when they'd start teasing the next stuff. There's absolutely nothing about Northrend. There's nothing about Death Knights or Lich King or Wrath prep or anything. And they have had months to clarify this. Because Blizzard knows the
Bro, we're not even in
community is
phase 3 yet,
speculating
you
about
fucking
what's coming
doofus,
next.
and then we still have phase
And if
4. What are you talking
Wrath
about?
was next move, they could kill the speculation instantly and start getting subs so that people start preparing to go to Northrend.
Yeah.
They haven't done that. And I think it's because they want speculation around what comes next, because what comes next isn't Wrath. That only benefits them if the next thing is bigger than expected. Speculation would kill them at this point if it was just Wrath. And honestly, the final reason might be the biggest one. Blizzard is clearly pivoting away from rerun every expansion forever strategy. You can feel it in the air, you can feel it in the community, the conversation's changed. People aren't asking when is Wrath gonna launch. Just look at your feed, just look at what everyone's making about. It's a completely different discussion
this
right
guy
now.
is a
and
fucking
Blizzard
clown.
sees the same thing that we do. They aren't stupid. The audience is asking for Classic Plus. They are not asking for Wrath. They want persistent progression, meaningful.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
So the last time we talked, last time I saw you, we were at a cage fight at the White House.
That's right.
That's
one of the craziest experiences of my life. It must have been one of the craziest experiences of your life.
Oh yeah, it took me like 2 weeks afterwards to recover, just to like go. Did that actually happen? It seems so insane.
Okay, the most insane part of it, which I guess was before you got there, to me at least, is you come into work every day in the White House, right? You know, I have an office in the West Wing. There's the Oval Office in the West Wing, and you look out the window, and as this 8-story complex was growing up, it was just the most unbelievable thing. It's like the south lawn of the White House, but you've got the 8th wonder of the world being built up around it. And every day I'd look at it and be like, it would take me a couple seconds and be like, what the hell is going on? And I'd be like, oh yeah, it's UFC. It's UFC coming in a couple weeks.
The whole thing was surreal.
Yeah.
First of all, it was crazy that the weather just went around us.
That's
there
right.
was a real moment where the fights would have been postponed until 10:30 p.m. to start.
Correct.
And last minute, the storm just diverted.
That's right. Well, and this book that I have that I guess we'll talk about a little bit, but the book tour started the next day, So I was flying to New York the next day to talk about it. And all I could think about is every time we got the update from White House weather, oh, it might not start until 10:30. I was thinking to myself, holy shit, that means I'm going to go to bed at like 4 a.m. I'm going to look like a total crazy person when I'm trying to go talk about this book. But yeah, it amazingly it did work out. Honestly, it actually helped a little bit because, as you know, it was hot as hell out there, and it was super humid. Mid-June in DC. And I think the weather actually helped cool it down a little bit because by about 10 o'clock or so, I was not thinking it's hot as hell out here anymore.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, but I talked to Justin Gaethje about it, and he said it was a problem when he was fighting. He said the air was very thick.
Okay.
Like right after the first round, he was like,
Yeah.
boy, like this is rough. Because that hot, humid air, and it's
No, it's
fine walking around.
It's okay walking around. It still feels it is a swamp, right? That's why
Yeah.
people call it the swamp. So that's obviously June 14th.
That's not why they call it the swamp.
That's one of the reasons why they call it the swamp.
They call it the swamp.
They call it swamp because of my colleagues too.
Because it's filled with mud and water and gunk and shit and swamp monsters.
Oh man. So that's June 14th. So that's the president's birthday. That was my 12th wedding anniversary.
Oh wow.
And my wife. So that's the one thing. Like if somebody runs in here, it's because my wife's going into labor because she's like 39 weeks pregnant. But I remember we go out to dinner like right before the UFC fight. And we're, of course, checking the weather report to figure out what's going on. And, my wife normally likes to come to the cool stuff of being vice president. That was the one where she was like, it's hot, I'm super pregnant, and I'm not going to sit out there for 6 hours. So
yeah, I couldn't imagine. Also, it was just there was so much chaos, and the potential for real chaos was always there. First of all, you have the Ellipse. So the Ellipse has 85,000 people outside.
Correct. That's right.
And for people that are watching at home, like we could hear them.
Yes.
Like when the fights, when something would happen.
in like kind of a delayed way, right? Yeah.
You hear the cheers from the people that were near. So it was like 3,000 plus people tightly close to the octagon, and then you had 85,000 people in the in the background. It was very eerie.
Yeah, I actually loved that. Like I loved the delay reaction to where somebody get a good punch in, or you get a takedown, and then it was almost like the wave. Right?
Yeah.
Because there was the initial center of it, and then the people outside of it.
It was pretty sick.
It was pretty sick. It was very cool. I think Dana said not once in a lifetime, or not once in a generation, or once in a lifetime experience.
Yeah, I mean it's once ever.
Yeah.
I don't see any other president. I mean, if you become president, you're not going to do that, right?
I don't know, man.
I didn't want to do it.
It's
in
actually
the
very
first
cool.
place.
It's a very cool thing.
It was very cool.
Yeah.
Get it over with. Do it once. It was the only time in the history of the sport where there's been 7 stoppages, 7 knockouts. Like every single fight was a knockout.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, every single fight.
Okay.
But the thing is, like, we've had 7 knockouts in a card. I think this last weekend we had 10 stoppages. But that was different.
Yeah.
Because it was like 14 fights.
That's right.
This is all fights. Every single fight was a knockout.
So the last fight, when did you realize that was over?
With Conor?
Yeah.
When he fell down the second time, I was like, oh, this is not good. The first time I thought he just slipped. It's hard to tell. It's wild. It's in the moment. I thought he slipped. And then when he got up and he threw a kick again, I'm like, oh, I don't like how his leg just gave out. That didn't seem like... And I'm still hoping he's just slipping.
Yeah.
I'm hoping he's just freaking out because he hasn't been in the
Yeah.
octagon in 5 years. And then he started moving around and he like grabbed his knee and buckled.
Okay.
And there was some
I
conversation.
didn't notice that.
Yeah, there was some conversation going on between him and Max Holloway, and I was like, Max is saying he can't fight, like something's wrong, and he's saying, fight me. He's like, get up, and so he lets him up, and then his knee buckles, and then the referee stops the fight.
Yeah. It's always the very, I think it was the very last fight where the ref tried to call it at the end of the 3rd round, and then because he was saying that there was a concussion issue. I mean, I couldn't tell what was going
This is the
on.
Ilya Taporia fight, the Justin Gaethje fight at the White House.
The Taporia Justin Gaethje
No, he couldn't
fight.
see.
Okay.
He was saying he couldn't see well. Something was wrong
Okay.
with his right eye.
Well, I mean,
So-
it looks like his whole face was puffed up, so he couldn't
Yeah.
see anything. But okay, so I thought it was a concussion thing, but it was because of his vision.
No, they never do
Okay.
that. I mean, the concussion thing would only be if someone had been battered. There's a lot of times where fighters are fighting with concussions.
Yeah.
It happens all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
You get dropped in the first round, you probably have a concussion.
Yeah.
You get back up, you keep fighting, you're fighting on instincts. There's been many times where fighters wake up in like the 4th round.
Sure.
And they've fought 3 rounds and they don't remember it at all. I know.
God, that's pretty crazy.
Not the best way to make a living.
Not the best way to make a living, man. Yeah, no, so we saw Gaethje at the White House a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I saw
and
that.
I asked him, I was like, so are you done fighting? And he kind of hesitated a little bit. And then I think it was his mom was in the Oval Office with him. She's like, yes.
Yeah, but, you know, if they offer him some life-changing money for one more fight after that performance, I have a feeling he'll take it.
Like, what could he fetch for his next fight? Like 50 more?
It's a good question. You know, I don't know what his contract is. I don't know how it works. I don't know what the most anyone's ever. I try not to pay attention to that stuff.
Yeah.
Because I'm not on the business end of the sport.
It can kind of color your perception a little bit.
It can. It's also. I mean, I want them to get paid the most amount possible.
Right.
That's my perspective.
Yeah.
But my job is just to analyze and to see what's going on and to commentate and try to give color and life to what's happening inside the octagon. And I try not to dwell too much on the money.
Yeah.
I just want them to get paid a lot.
Yeah.
I want them to be able to retire and never have to do anything ever again.
Sure.
Well, I don't know if Justin can do that.
What's crazy about it to me is just how much the sport has replaced boxing. And like, there's still, obviously boxing is still a big deal and the fighters still get paid a lot of money. But like, I remember when I was, I don't know, in high school, I feel like people would get really excited about the big heavyweight title bout. Now it's the UFC thing.
Yeah.
So culturally, it's like UFC has taken over boxing. And I don't know how or why that happened. Like, I don't know if it's just good marketing or if just the fights are so much more real and intense. But it is a crazy shift that's happened in 20 years.
Well, I had some friends this past weekend that manage fighters. My friend Josh Dubin and a few other friends that actually manage boxers.
Yeah.
Come to the UFC, and they were all like, "Oh my God, this is so much better than a boxing promotion."
Yeah.
Because all the fights are exciting. With boxing, most people are just there for the main event, and a lot of people don't even stroll in until like 15 minutes before the main event.
Sure.
Like all the famous people that sit in the front row.
Yeah, yeah.
In the UFC, that place is packed.
From the get-go.
5, 6, 7 fights in.
Yeah.
And there's 14 fights in the night, and all of them are amazing. It's like, in the beginning, it's usually like half full, depending on where you are. If you're in a place like Salt Lake City, it's pretty packed like right away because they only get like one event every year or so. But it's just a more exciting sport. There's more ways to win. It's more dynamic. More things happen.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's more stars. There's so many stars in the UFC.
Yeah. So I'd never seen a fight live before. Like, I've watched them on TV, but I'd never been there live. So kind of crazy that it's literally in the South Lawn of the White House. But the thing that I found completely shocking about it was, like, I would think those like armbar takedowns are just done. Like, that's it. You're over. But there were a couple of times where somebody had another person's arm.
Yeah, that was Josh Hokett and Derek Lewis. Bless him.
And it's like, holy shit.
Yeah, he
You're
just
going to have
wasn't-
your arm broken off.
He
and yet he
wasn't-
didn't.
He wasn't doing it right.
Okay. Oh.
Josh Hokett is a great wrestler.
Yeah.
And he's an excellent fighter. But he's not really a submission specialist. I mean, he did get the arm bar, but he didn't do it right.
Okay.
He was basically like pulling on. You have to elevate your hips, and you have to create space so that the arm is bending back this way.
Yeah.
His arm is essentially flat to his chest, which is not what you want. What you want is a back arch like this, where you see like how it is right there?
Yeah.
So what he wants to do here, what he should do, instead of having his hips down, his knees up, what you're supposed to do is heavy leg curls with the leg and elevate the hips up and pull it way back. So he'd almost be
So you'd,
bridging.
like, bend it.
He would
Yeah.
be on the top of his shoulders and bridging, and then he would have broken his arm. The other option is you pull it off to the side like this,
Yeah.
and you put it to the side of your hip, and you can break it that
Okay.
way.
Okay.
But it's just bad technique.
Yeah. Okay. So
No
watching
offense.
it.
No offense, Josh.
Yeah. Watching it, I didn't realize that. I just could not believe that dude held out for like 30 seconds with his
Was
arm in
that more
position.
shocking, or when he said Michelle Obama is a man? Which one was more shocking?
Definitely the armbar part. Man, I work in politics. People say crazy stuff all the time.
Well, he says that every fight.
Does he?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't
He said
realize
that
that.
the last time I interviewed him.
Oh man. Well,
he's like a pro wrestling character. Like
people lost their minds about it.
I know.
Lost their minds about it. To the point where, again, I had The View either the next day or the day after to sort of promote this book.
That must be fun.
It was crazy. It was harder than anything I've done in politics. But the to the point where all of my comms people, the thing they were most worried about was they're going to ask you about Michelle Obama being called a man. What are you going to say about it? And I was like, what an amped up fighter told a joke after a fight, said something after a fight, and that's actually national news. I'm still surprised. I've been in politics now for 3 or 4 years. I'm still shocked at the shit that people get really fired up about.
Well, I kind of understand it because it's at the White House. First of all, a cage fight at the White House is crazy already. I mean, if he said Michelle Obama's a man at the T-Mobile Arena in Vegas, it's like, okay.
It's less of a story.
What he is he's a very good fighter, first of all. But sometimes it's not enough to get attention. And so what Josh has done is created this persona, like this pro wrestling bad guy persona. When you talk to him off stage, he's like very normal.
Yeah.
Very smart guy.
Yeah.
It's just like he's decided, like, look, I want to maximize the amount of eyeballs that see me, and I'm going to create this crazy persona. He comes out to the Hulk Hogan song, I'm a real American.
That's right.
He has sunglasses on, an American flag bandana.
Right.
It's, he's
I mean, I love the
character.
I love the presentation, but again, I like.
Not the best thing to say at the White House. Michelle Obama's a man is not the best thing to say.
Fair, but the reaction to it to me was still totally disproportionate.
Yeah, of course.
People say stuff all the time, and I work in a business where obviously people make life and death decisions all the time, and I'm always a little bit caught off guard by the culture that just overreacts when clearly the thing that Josh is trying to get is the overreaction in the first place.
Right.
So you give him exactly what he wants, and like the worst you could say is, oh, that was an offensive comment, and you get on with the rest of your life. Like that's the worst that you could say. The people who really flip out about it and kind of lose their minds, I don't understand that.
Well, first of all, I think a lot of it is there is an economy that is essentially based on getting reactions.
Correct.
And there's a lot of people that are just, for a lack of a better term, they're not real. Their reactions are performative. Like a lot of what they're doing is just trying to comment on things and get clicks and likes and views. And social media has ruined discourse in a lot of ways because people are not having like real conversations about things. They're reacting to things on Instagram and Twitter.
Yes.
And they're just they look at an opportunity like that, like, oh, I found a gold nugget. Like this is gonna give me money, or this is gonna give me attention. This is gonna I can't wait to have a take on that.
Well, that's exactly right. So my response to that is so many things is like, oh, he was being funny, he was being outrageous, and I just move on with my life. What I
So you said 9,000 for the week. That's before. That's how much the load for. Right. That's total pay. Total load. How? A week. Yeah, probably 70. How many tries?
When he first, I looked for you. That's it. IRS. Oh, that's what I. Fighter. Fucking. I'm from the show. One thing. Fucking hour thing. Or seeing that has to be because of all this goes on. Fucking. But that's a whole other camp. Anyways, so that's the frustrating part. A lot of the things we talk about, but it doesn't fucking matter, bro. They will fucking crush. They will crush you. No, like you can't. I didn't. Okay. Do you have any idea what that? I think it's just not bad. No, I thought like are bad. Yeah, but then came back after. I know. danger. I long. I got it. Right, that's fine. On. No. Hang on.
I think so. I don't know. I haven't had a conversation with them or whatever, but like, bro, you gotta get off the fucking interact. Like, fucking worked right there. That's the fact. You watch, bro. Come on. That means gravity. Like, gravity. I have no argument. Oh, they're right. Hey, look. Here's. I don't think they. No, I think they definitely. I think they did front there. I don't know. I mean, I didn't watch the whole live. I know for a fact they watched. Not only in person, I watched.
First. Why the comes to certain that's why well, let's say they did. Let's say they did. Even really? No, really. $1 What? Fine? Okay, listen. Only I call it that. I don't think there's I 100% believe 9/11 was a joke. Way hard. I'm not. I have seen way too much undeniable evidence. It's crazy. You go look up any. You know, probably not even there the time. I do testing. I'll I know. I already know. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Everybody. It's right on a lot of things. And I'm like, whoa. Further in depth. Don't. Oh. That was our way of hot. Now, don't
Oh, it's not being alive. Oh. 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 I don't know. We have. I should been. Oh, that's what? They're. They're able. Any fucking word. Every I buy them. 99. The whole. They pay their $1. $1. Oh, it. Hold it. Bye. Hey. Oh. All day fun. House prep. People are voting. Those They're acts like they're total dumb.
obviously don't know, but we have the best world ever. No one has ever ranked. There's like, who live in Venezuela, Russia, China, you think that life is so great? Go. I'll give every dime I got. Send your ass over there.
Their argument that the argument is, oh no, they don't do it. We're gonna go. Right. Never been. Yeah, they didn't do their socialist programs. Right?
And you don't have to.
Yeah, they're fucking stupid.
Okay, so let's say nobody ever. No, you're not. No.
What? Bow and arrow?
Oh man, I pooped my pants. Feels like.
I find very interesting is the
never happened before.
Correct.
California, when I moved there in 1994 until I left, it was always every year traffic got worse. Every year more people moved there. Every year. And I loved it. I loved it. I loved it from the time I moved there. I was like, this place is great. It's warm all the time. The weather's fantastic. There's so much cool stuff to do. The people are great.
Yeah,
and then politics ruined it.
That's right. So my wife's from Southern California, San Diego, and so we spent a fair amount of time there. And I still feel a certain sense of like heartbreak over LA.
Oh, I do
because
too.
every time I'm in LA, you can see why this was like the quintessentially American city. The architecture is beautiful. It's got its own vibe going. Like you said, the weather is amazing. And then you drive through Skid Row, and you're like, how could any state or any city let this happen?
Skid Row is now 55 blocks. It was 50 blocks just like a year or two ago.
Okay, so my first experience with Skid Row was, so Usha used to work at this like very fancy litigation firm in Southern California. Before she was second lady, she was a corporate litigator. So there's a Christmas party in downtown LA. And you get these instructions from her firm, and they're like this really convoluted way of, this is how you have to get to this Christmas party. And I'm like, why do I have to follow these directions? Why don't I just put it in Google Maps, right? This is like 5 or 6, 7 years ago. So we realized that the reason why they gave you these convoluted directions was so that you could avoid Skid Row at night. And so you get to this party, you drive through Skid Row if you follow Google Maps' directions. You get there, and it's like this beautiful facility with like fancy food and fancy wine, and then there are armed guards outside of it and these gigantic walls. And I realized when I was there, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of going to the U.S. Embassy in Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Like, super security, crazy wealth and privilege and status on the inside, and squalor and misery on the outside. Like, it's the first time I'd ever thought America, like this part of America, is actually more like a third world country than anything that I thought we'd ever become.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Why is it that large population centers, like places like Los Angeles and New York, are almost always run by the Democrats?
Yeah.
Like, what is it about, first of all, what happened with the last election in Los Angeles, just the primary, I think was
crazy.
So super sus.
Yes,
and
it
here's
is.
why it's super sus. Not just super sus that Spencer Pratt, who was in second place, got overtaken by Nithya Raman in the mail-in ballots, but that the mail-in ballots also passed a tax hike. The people voted to pay more taxes.
Yep.
In a state where you have the highest
taxes. That's right.
They're like, we don't pay enough. That is insane.
That
and then when you have direct evidence that they were recruiting homeless people.
That's right.
And they were getting homeless people and giving them cigarettes and cash. There's evidence of this. to use their address and mail in ballots.
Yeah, I wouldn't be the Californian Joe who wakes up in the morning and says, you know what, I'm going to go and vote for higher taxes.
I don't
because
pay
I don't
enough.
pay enough taxes.
I feel like we could fix this if I
Yeah,
just
that's right.
pay
If I just pay
5%
more taxes. The crazy thing about it too is it's that, okay, so after the initial ballots all came in, it was Karen Bass was number 1, Spencer Pratt was right behind her, and then number 3, whatever this woman's name is, Nithya Raman. Okay, so you would expect the mail-in ballots to be more or less like the original ballots in terms of 1, 2, and 3. I'm not saying Spencer Pratt's going to win the mail-in ballots, but it just so happened that the third place person in relative terms did a lot better than the first and second place person.
Disproportionately better.
Such that the Republican was actually kicked out of the race so that there's not actually a real election in California. That to me was the crazy part. It's like you were designing the vote share in order to kick Pratt out and put the third person into second place. That to me is like very, very bizarre. Because what is the theory of the mail-in vote that is somehow like so much more pro Nithya relative to Karen Bass?
Makes no sense.
Makes no sense.
Makes no sense. Why would it be?
Yeah.
Why would it be? I mean, Karen Bass was ahead by every metric.
Yeah. But I mean, okay, so you ask the question, why do all these blue states, or why
Yeah.
do all these big cities, population centers end up becoming blue? And I think it's like a very complicated, right? So one thing, and you said this a few months ago, and like when you said it, I was like kind of annoyed by it, but then I like thought there's like an element of truth to it, which is that Republicans still fundamentally have a cool problem, right? There's something more charismatic, more cool about the Democrats as opposed to the right.
Did I say that?
So you said something about there are too many dorks or something on the right.
There's a lot of dorks.
You know, fair. I'd say there's a lot of dorks
There's
on the
a
left.
lot of dorks
but like,
on the
whatever.
left, too.
But
It's a different kind of dork.
It's a different kind of dork. But the point is that there's something, you know, like, okay, if you're a pop star, you're a rock star, you're an actor, you're in all these cultural centers, you're more likely to be left than right.
Uh-huh.
And so I think that a lot of young people who are attracted to these population centers, they sort of move along with the prevailing culture. I think that's one thing that's going on. I think a second thing that's going on is the people who are sort of attracted to a certain kind of right of center politics. They want the suburbs, they want the single family home, they kind of want to be left alone, they don't want sort of to be able to hear what their neighbors are doing. So I think a little bit of it's just cultural self-segregation, and that's meant that a lot of these population centers have gone blue. But it's very complicated. I've thought about this a lot, and I also just, man, I'm not one of these people who says we should just abandon California to the Democrats, like let them deal with their own problems. I think California is like a quintessential part of the American dream. Like if you just abandon California, you've like lost something very core to American culture. And I don't want to give up on it. Like I'm not saying we're going to win California in my lifetime necessarily, but I don't like the idea of giving up on it.
Well, it's not just giving up on. I mean, giving up on it would be terrible. It's an awesome state. The real problem is it's deeply corrupt.
Yes.
I mean, deeply, deeply corrupt. And what they're trying to do is make it impossible for the other side to win.
Yeah.
And there should be laws against that. First of all, the idea of mail-in ballots for anybody other than people who are invalids, who can't leave their homes, or military, or people that are, for some reason they're serving overseas, they're doing something overseas.
Free, and I think that in order for us to get our independence, we had to colonize a bunch of indigenous.
Freedom
And there's nothing. We celebrate, and
no, I don't think that that's what people are celebrating ever.
when you think about the 4th of July and how about its independence and how the country was created, it was literally an entire group of people.
Oh.
I mean, we can be real about that, right?
Yeah, I just
scale up on
Christopher Columbus wasn't an American. Hey,
and that's not what I asked you.
what I'm saying to you is like, no, the 4th of July is just celebrating our independence and shrugging off a king. I would think that left progressives bad, right? They don't like kings. In fact, wasn't the whole thing like no King's Day reason?
Everybody get whenever they're independent.
Oh.
Okay, so then that's why I don't celebrate it, because not everybody got.
They all have their freedom now.
and I don't want to crash out, but I know you're gonna crash out. Every time I bring up this topic, you're gonna crash out. Don't crash out.
I feel like right now you're crashing out. Crashing
I'm
out.
crashing out.
You're crashing out about
Absolutely not
potential.
crash out.
Crashing out about potential crash outs.
Not crashing out. I'm explaining our previous conversation and how you crashed out when we were talking about race, right?
I don't think I crashed out about it.
Again,
That is not. That is a mischaracterization.
but it's on my profile. It's literally, you're on my profile going, really obnoxious.
Oh, just come on. I'm still. All right. Let's get it. All right. No one's gonna crash out. Go ahead.
Okay, don't crash out. So, you as a white man, right, do not have the same freedoms as other people. Let's talk specifically about the camps, right? Delaney Hall. But right now, migrants are in this facility, Hispanic people are in this facility right now who are protesting because they have a lack of access to medical care, access to proper care when it comes. And right now they have zero air conditioning. And they're not attempting to transfer them. They're not attempting to fix the air conditioning. There's 5, 6, 7 ambulances that left just today carrying people at heat stroke because there's no air conditioning. That's what the whole thing is about. So we have literal
These citizens of this
in
nation.
our country. You know that the Constitution doesn't just protect citizens of this country,
It was intended to.
but it doesn't.
But it was intended
regardless
to.
of the intent, regardless of the intention, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Our constitutional rights
So the
are
right
under
to
our
air
Constitution.
conditioning shall not be enforced.
Very disingenuous.
I mean, I don't feel like I'm being
That
very.
people are-
I don't feel like I'm
that
being
is
very
why I don't like having
disingenuous.
It's disingenuous.
How is it
You know that's not what
disingenuous?
I'm talking about.
Yeah, let's get into the specifics. Let's get into the
If
specifics.
everybody that's in any or in any of these camps have all of them
Hang on, first
had
of
their
all,
right
how
to
are
due
they?
process.
You know what a camp was, right?
I'm grandmother.
And how are these in any way parallel? And how are these in any way parallel? Yeah, don't you think that that's putting the language on? Yes.
Absolutely not.
Okay, so how are they in any way parallel?
First, let's pull up what it.
Okay.
Can you answer my question though? Doing that.
I would like to take it one step at a time and make sure we clarify
I
the
was
language.
I asked her a specific question. I said, have they all had to?
I don't know. Depends on the detainee. Do you have a specific case?
Every single one of them, they all had to process. What is
Process on going to extend the rights for trials and the rights for you to go through various trial procedures.
due process? Is not just for trials. You know that.
Trial procedure.
Have a right.
I can't do that yet.
What do they have a right to?
We'll start with the definition. So, yeah, pretty or large, political dissidents, minorities, without trial, and they fundamentally differ from prisons by operating outside the government framework, purpose, prosecution, labor, or intent.
Okay. So now you're.
Leads right into our next conversation.
Hang on, real quick. I just want to make sure that we got this right. Where did you pull that definition of? Because it looks like you just pulled up an AI, just an AI over.
I used AI over. So,
And that AI overview.
Resources.
Hang on, that AI overview linked to Wikipedia. Because you got it right.
Velocity now.
No, it links. It doesn't. Now does not actually.
UCLA.
Either none of them. None of those actually have that definition. You're reading the Wikipedia definition, which is what that AI. And You wouldn't use Wikipedia as a source because that would be bad, right?
Same definition I've used since forever. Actual definition.
Yeah.
Let's talk about them. Let's talk about them. Museum that defines what a is.
Sure.
Use prisoners in one place. The administration of the had a disregard for inmates' lives and health as well. Tens of thousands of punished within
And these are nothing.
set up as a detention center for so-called primarily political prisoners, include Jehovah's Witnesses, and so-called socialists.
So these are
Exact
nothing.
definition I gave you.
These are nothing.
The exact definition.
These are nothing. These are literally nothing like the.
I just told you. The first thing we talked about is for human rights places that are within our country right now. I told you they have no air conditioning, lack of access to medical care, no air.
Can I at least make a response?
Am I gonna start the thing again? Finish with the thing.
Okay, go
You
ahead.
guys don't have to. I got it.
You wish to speak?
Let's go back to what I
Yeah, they're very
said.
rude. Anyway, go.
What?
Magic of World of Warcraft and why I'll never experience it again.
A realistic, sobering leaf for Classic Plus, it just dropped. And no, it doesn't feature crazy new classes or even insane new features. It just provides the most likely roadmap we're gonna see for Classic Plus. See, Classic WoW fans, we've been waiting for a realistic, sobering leaf for Classic Plus, it just dropped. And no, it doesn't feature crazy new classes or even insane new features. It just provides the most likely roadmap we're gonna see for Classic Plus. See, Classic WoW fans, we've been waiting for new information for Classic Plus. After all, it's the new MMO we're gonna be playing for the next 20 years, hopefully. But here's the problem. Blizzard isn't giving us anything. But thanks to data miners like Stiven from Wowhead, who essentially proved that Classic Plus exists in the first place, and also the giant content creator Matashi, basically confirms BlizzCon 2026 is when we're gonna be getting the Classic Plus announcement. But the real question is, what is Classic Plus? Because the leaks keep coming day after day after day, but a major problem has revealed itself. After all, Blizzard hides and obfuscates information. They give certain groups certain information and other groups different information. We're never really sure what's real in a leak and what's fake. Practically every single leak for Classic Plus contains information that is completely plausible and some that is completely ridiculous. But here's the thing, a new leak just dropped, and it's something every single WoW player should be taking note of. Unlike the other leaks, this one doesn't contain anything exciting. It doesn't have, for example, new information on classes, or zones, or things that, people would really want to care about. Instead, it gives us straight up, arguably boring information about the game we're going to be playing the next 20 years. But hey, I'll take boring if it gives us new information that most of us had not even considered at all. For example, why is the data mine Camelot, also known as Classic Plus, 1.6.0 in the internal files? After all, Season of Discovery was 1.15, it would make perfect sense to just keep going sequentially. But here's the thing, what if it's all a marketing gimmick? Because it turns out that Blizzard has been doing something crazy with their recent releases. With the Chinese Titanforge Realms, they went with 3.8.0 for the build. 3.8.0 meaning level 80. According to this leak, this was an intentional marketing choice, so that every single patch would reflect the level of the characters. And essentially, the 1.60 reflects the fact that characters will be 60 forever in Classic Plus. Is it something that was at the top of your Classic Plus question list? Maybe not. But still, to get a likely answer to it is pretty interesting. Even more interesting, though, is when we get into the roadmap, which, well, honestly is kind of underwhelming compared to pretty much any other leak. Really, really underwhelming, especially when you compare it to the recent Ascension Classic WoW, which is what a lot of my friends are playing, a lot of people in the comments are playing. You get done with the Ascension trailer and you're like, okay, we're gonna see 21 new classes, a bunch of new zones, all this new content, it'll be awesome. But maybe that's not really what Blizzard had in mind. What if Classic Plus is a huge step back from that, with the intention of slowly adding more and more content over time? Is it what we want from a hype perspective? Probably not. But is it realistic? And does it actually maybe lead to a better game long term? Well, that's a real question. In this Classic Plus leak, we have 3 phases off the rip announced through 2027. Basically, we start out with a simplistic version of the game. Yes, it's Classic WoW the way people like it to be. There are some new raids slotted in, things like Grim Batol, Emerald Dream, Timbermaw Hole. But essentially, it's like Turtle WoW. It's not doing 21 new classes. It's not drastically changing the formula. It's essentially Classic WoW with a little bit of content here and there, a couple new raids here and there. That seems disappointing to some now, after seeing insane trailers with crazy potential gameplay and all these new classes. But 2 months ago, that would have probably been exactly what everybody hoped for. It is crazy how quickly things can change. The reality was most likely that Classic Plus was always more of a promise for the future, that the game was going to keep getting updates and be something you could always come back to. There's also a thing that happens before Blizzard launches that it just seems like every time our hope and our expectations and our hype, it gets out of control. We've got to be realistic. We're probably not getting a bunch of new classes and completely new systems and all this crazy stuff, 15 billion new raids and a bunch of new landmasses. It's probably going to be simple, easy wins for Blizzard, at least starting out. As much as people are loving Ascension right now, and I've written this in a lot of YouTube comments, it remains to be seen how well their game design and their balance and all these ideas hold up after a month or 2 months. Because yes, they're awesome now, but we're in this for the long haul. We want our game to keep being great months and years in the future, and I think we got to give Blizzard some space for that. Also, there is a reveal cinematic, and yes, we've been burned by things like this before, but basically the reveal cinematic is Chromie, and she's watching the Horde and the Alliance. They're bringing down Lord Kazakh and essentially ensuring that the Dark Portal never opens. What's really interesting about that is something pretty heavily talked about in Jordy. Remember Jordy when he made the Classic Plus pull system and everything? He actually discussed this at length.
We found out recently that Andrew Wilson was hired by Turning Point USA to teach their debaters how to become unstoppable. So the picture's kind of getting smaller and smaller, and this whole battleground is heating up more and more.
Well, TPUSA hired me to go down and train its new crop of debaters.
Now, this has caused many on the left, especially, to start to lose their minds. It's been pretty entertaining to see the response.
While I was down, TPUSA meeting with leadership and teaching their new crop of debaters how to kick the shit out of leftists, I get a DM from one Mr. Brian Shapiro.
So Brian didn't know Andrew was with Turning Point, and he happens to send Andrew a message.
And you can't make this up when I tell you this. Brian said, you know, everybody on the right hates you. Right, Andrew? And I said, really? Like who? And I'm not even kidding you. I'm going to read it for you verbatim. And Brian responds with, everybody at Turning Point USA. I know them all. They're my friends. And we have private conversations.
What? As he's sitting there with the Turning Point people.
I asked him, like, you guys ever heard of this? Who the fuck is that? I mean, you could cut the irony with a knife.
This is literally the same strategy Brian Shapiro has tried with me.
There's people in this industry, you've done their shows, people on the right. They've told me in private conversations, multiple people, that it was a brutal interview with you.
What's interesting is when I just asked him, okay, can you be specific? He couldn't.
Are you willing to say, like, who?
I I will ask multiple. I will ask them.
The only name he provided was Tim Pool. I've never done an interview with Tim Pool.
Did you tell him you were with him at that exact moment? Nope, I didn't. He said, you're right, Brian. Right.
And what's really funny is that Andrew didn't even tell Brian, I'm actually sitting with them right now, you fool. Like, he just played it off.
In fact, I responded to him and I said, you're right. Everybody hates me. Nobody likes me. Yes, I'll go eat worms. Those were my exact words.
I don't know what the clinical label for this kind of behavior would be. To me, it strikes me as a form of projection. People don't like you. People don't like you because there's some insecurity of people don't like me.
This guy sends me endless messages, by the way. Every single day, he sends me DMs.
There was one day I got 5 emails back to back before I even had time to respond. 5 separate emails.
I said to him, while I'm at this TPUSA Leadership Summit, training their debaters, I said, you know, Brian, you guys pretend a lot of right-wingers dislike me, but you never name any. Erudite did the same thing. That's weird.
And then we have the left losing their minds because of Andrew Wilson working with Turning Point. Now, this is where it gets very entertaining as well.
So I went over and trained all these guys up. Saw Z speaking about it. X, the head of the America, not thrilled to have competent debaters over at TPUSA.
She confronted Andrew right after this. It's worth looking at.
Listen, nobody wants you in Turning Point. Charlie himself did not want you in his event. So why are you now trying to act like you were the biggest fan of Charlie Kirk? Get the f out of here.
Can you show any proof Charlie didn't want me at any
Charlie
events?
Kirk liked me more than he liked you. Let's be honest.
I mean, is this really an argument, though? Like, that Charlie likes one person better?
And notice how similar the strategy is. No one likes you, Andrew. Charlie didn't actually like you. That's the best argument she can come up with. And this is the organizer of the organization that was meant to be the opposite, the left's Turning Point.
At the end of the day, Andrew, my whole point here is that you're pretending like you actually gave a shit about Charlie Kirk when you didn't.
Okay,
you
great.
never cared about him while he was alive. You don't care about him now that he's dead.
Sure.
You're just trying to clout chase off of this shit because
I'm
you know
awful.
it gets views.
Do you have proof?
So what does Andrew do? He asks for evidence, which is what you must do.
Again, did you ever go to a Turning Point event?
Did I ever try to?
Oh, exactly, because you didn't care about Charlie when he was alive, and you don't care now that he's dead.
That's quite a claim. Let's look at her logic.
You literally just said you never even tried to get into a Turning Point event.
So what? What does that have to do with anything?
Because you didn't care about Charlie Kirk.
I never went to a Turning Point event. I don't like going to events. Does that mean I didn't respect or admire Charlie Kirk's work?
Why would that? How does that even equal? How does that equal?
If you
out?
cared about Charlie Kirk, why would you not go to his events?
So my evidence is an absence of evidence. You never went to a Charlie Kirk event. That's my evidence. You're doing all of this as a grift.
So that's what I did. Went over to their Capitol compound in Arizona, and I started training their debaters.
Make no mistake, this is an all-out declaration of war. I think they have come to realize that, well, our strategy has not been working.
And seeing that America feeds into it, the liberal op, the TPUSA, under Z, they don't care. So I put in a little request of my own, TPUSA. I requested that they hire me as the official Charlie Kirk conspiracy theorist liaison.
Andrew is going to do what Andrew does best, and he's going to take the fight and say, I will debate all of you.
So all these like Baron Coleman and Candace Owens and all of them, I will be happy to go answer all of your questions that you have, as long as we can do it live.
All of you, anywhere you want, just make it live. So far, none of the top names, from what I can see, have taken him up on this.
Andrew's compromised. Well, maybe you should have your heroes challenge me to a debate, and let's see who's compromised.
It's going to be interesting to watch what happens in the days ahead.
For some reason, I got a feeling these people are going to go hide under their head.
We just had Brian from the Whatever podcast offer Candace Owens, I believe, $50,000 if she would be willing to come debate Andrew. I would love to see that. I think my mind is open to being changed for sure. Personally, I have no problem with people who want to discuss the discrepancies, the things that are not easily explained, the things we do not clearly have answers to yet. What we need is for these debates to occur, but they don't seem to be happening.
Let's have a talk. I'm a nice guy. I just want to talk to you. That's it. We're begging them. Come on, let's chat. Can we chat today? Can we chat today? Can we chat today? Can we chat today? Now? You want to do it now? What, you want to have a talk? Candace and Baron are actually investigating. They don't investigate shit. They're not investigating nothing. They're raking in the cash with a bunch of dumbass theories that I'm going to blow out of the water in 5 minutes.
Suddenly, no one wants to debate. This is not about how I feel about Andrew Wilson, Candace Owens, or any of these personalities. To me, this is about what does the evidence indicate. I can understand where Sean Ryan's coming from, where almost all these people are coming from. You lose me when you refuse to have the debate, though.
All such inquiries will now be going through the Crucible, and I will be happy to go on your channel to answer all of your questions. What questions would you like answered? Just remember, it has to be live stream so that I can go over and have a nice chat with you.
During the Legion expansion, every hero on Azeroth banded together to fight back against the demonic invasion. But for Death Knights, they were able to revel in their edgelord class fantasy and play the anti-hero in this expansion, and antagonize a whole bunch of other factions in the process. But before we dive into that, let's talk about the sponsor of today's video, Displate. Displates are officially licensed, high-quality metal posters. The ones I have here are their special Textra finish, which means that these works of art have a 3D textured surface with custom layers of inks and varnishes that make the artwork on each displate really pop. But my personal favorite part about Displates is that they have a super simple mounting system. All you need to do is clean your wall, slap on a sticker, then the magnets, and then boom. You can not only easily mount your displate, not having to drill in any holes or worry about it being even, but you can also swap them out for different displates in mere seconds. They have tons of Warcraft branded displates, but there are thousands of other designs to browse on their site. And you can click the link in the description or use code PLATINUM at checkout to get up to 33% off of your first displate. That's right, 33% if you click the link in the description or use code PLATINUM. Thank you, Displate, for sponsoring this video. Now let's get back to it. After the defeat of Arthas Menethil atop the Frozen Throne at the end of the Wrath of the Lich King, the fate of the Scourge was in question. Without a Lich King, the uncontrolled undead forces would be an even bigger threat to the denizens of Azeroth. So in a last act of service to his people, Bolvar Fordragon donned the Helm of Domination and became the jailer of the damned, holding the aggressive Scourge at bay through sheer willpower alone. The new Lich King and his Scourge remained dormant for some years until the Third Legion invasion. Now the Lich King stirs once more, speaking directly to the player character Death Knight and orders them to put their necromantic powers to use.
The greatest heroes on Azeroth have gathered to face the Burning Legion. But heroes alone will not save this world. Salvation will come at a price the living cannot pay. The time of the Four Horsemen has come, and you will bring about their return. Nazgrim, the fallen general of the Horde, shall be the firstborn. Go now and see that it is done.
Trolls! Balls! They're everywhere! Stand your ground, brothers! Lokar Ogar! For honor and for the Horde!
Sergeant Nazgrim is a character that was first introduced in Wrath of the Lich King at Conquest Hold. Then during the Cataclysm, he was promoted to Legionnaire and plays a major role in the Horde questing experience in Vashj'ir. Then in Mists of Pandaria, he's promoted to General and is leading the fight against the Alliance in the Jade Forest.
Ha-ha! That's right! Show them Hellscream's fury!
As the expansion continued, General Nazgrim would remain fiercely loyal to the Mad War Chief Garrosh Hellscream. And during the Siege of Orgrimmar Raid, players must face the general who is bound by duty and honor to fight in the name of the Horde, a sentiment that he held till his dying breath.
I am Nazgrim, Fist of the War Chief, and General of the Horde Army. If I must die today, I will die with honor in battle for the Horde! I die with honor. Loktar Ogar.
Now, as the Legion threatens this world, Nazgrim has been chosen to be the first in this new era of horsemen. Darian Mograine, founder of the Knights of the Ebon Blade, is unsure if raising a slain champion of the Horde is really even a good idea.
The Four Horsemen. I have my reservations, but I will obey your will, Death Lord. The Horde will be outraged, but Nazgrim will make a powerful Death Knight.
It is time, my lord. Do what must be done.
Uh-huh.
Nazgrim, your Death Lord calls. Feel the icy grip of your master, and rise once more.
I live again. How long has it been since I tasted death?
Long enough, my friend. The Burning Legion has returned, and you have been called to the battle.
Say no more. I will sever their heads from their bodies.
Indeed you shall, General. Indeed you shall.
Nazgrim is the first member of this new era of horsemen. But we don't have any horses for a horseman, so I guess Nazgrim is just... man. We'll get a hold of those later. Right now, the Lich King is thundering in the player's head once again, commanding them to raise the next champion to serve his will.
The time of the second horseman has come, Death Lord. Upon the cliffs of Erethdor stands the fallen kingdom of Stromgarde. It is there that you will find the tomb of Thoris Trollbane, the great warrior king. His strength in battle was without rival, and he shall be even more powerful in undeath.
Thoris Trollbane was one of the greatest kings this world has known. The Alliance will not be pleased. Nevertheless, your will be done, Death Lord. The Ebon Blade will be honored to bring King Thoris into our fold.
Before this quest, Thoris Trollbane was never featured in World of Warcraft, because he was dead. Trollbane was the former ruler of the Kingdom of Stromgarde, wielder of the mighty blade troll Kalar, the family sword used during the Troll Wars. After the Second War, King Thoras Trollbane withdrew his support from the Alliance, and then during the Third War, his son Galen killed him and assumed the throne. Shortly after, the kingdom was sieged by Syndicate thugs and Boulder Fist ogres. His son kept the tradition of being super indecisive with his allegiances, and rejoined the Alliance to save his kingdom. Then he was killed by Horde players, then raised as an undead by Forsaken Apothecaries in Cataclysm, and then has Horde players retrieve his family's sword. Then in Legion, he revokes his loyalty to the Forsaken and declares himself the ruler of Stromgarde as an independent nation. This is where the Death Knights come in. And if they plan to raise Thoras Trollbane, they're going to need Troll Kalar and use it as a key to open his tomb. Players make a deal with Galen to clear out some of the Witherbark trolls in exchange for the weapon. They then meet Galen in the throne room for the reward.
It seems your Death Lord has finally arrived.
You should watch your tone, Galen.
Stromgarde is mine at last. You are fools if you think I'll let my father have it back. Guards! Seize them!
Victory! I will bury my axe in the coward's skull!
My patience has worn thin as well. Let's find the prince and be done with this.
Charge!
Players then chase after Galen Trollbane and kill the traitorous prince and rip the prized sword from his possession.
I am the prince! How dare you?
Thank you.
My son, where is Galen? Where is the prince who murdered his king? We took his life, my lord. The prince left us little choice.
What has become of Stromgarde?
Death and ruin. Time has not been kind to this place.
Then I have failed as both a father and a king.
Stromgarde is lost, but there is still hope for this world. If you will join us.
I will do whatever it takes to preserve peace on Azeroth.
With King Trollbane raised and fighting for the Ebon Blade, we now have 2 of the 4 horsemen. But we still don't have the horses, so we just got 2 men. Okay, well, let's at least gather the saddles we need for these horses. Players send champions on mission board quests to retrieve various saddles from infamous undead horses in Azeroth's past. This includes the saddle of Baron Rivendare's mount in Stratholme, the saddle of the Headless Horseman's steed in the Scarlet Monastery, the saddle of Midnight from Ottoman the Huntsman in Karazhan, saddle of Invincible hidden beneath Icecrown, and finally we get some horse reins from the Dark Riders in Duskwood. Then once again, the Lich King calls to the player character to raise the next member of the Horsemen.
High Inquisitor Whitemane was a priest whose personal tragedy forged an intense connection with the light. A zealous power of will is necessary to strengthen the bond of the Four. Travel to the Scarlet Monastery and raise the High Inquisitor from her tomb inside the cathedral.
Sally Whitemane is the prime example of a character whose popularity far outweighs the amount of lore that she actually has. Her story is that she's from Southshore, and her family got turned into zombies during the Third War, and she had to kill them. Ever since then, she's devoted her life to eradicating the Scourge and joined the Scarlet Crusade. Players would fight her in Classic WoW, but she wouldn't officially die until Mist of Pandaria, when the Scarlet Monastery was revamped.
There are few in this world who have lived with more conviction than High Inquisitor Whitemane. Death has a way of quelling the madness of the mind. I'm sure she will serve the Ebon Blade without compromise.
Players and their fellow Death Knights show up to the Scarlet Monastery and wipe the floor with the Crusade. Lore-wise, players have raided the Scarlet Monastery 5 times in World of Warcraft's history. Once during Classic, then during Cataclysm, then in Mist of Pandaria, this time in Legion, and most recently in Midnight. So, to make a long story short, the Death Knights make quick work of the Crusaders in the monastery.
Are there none among the Scarlet Crusade with the strength to challenge me? Those who terrorize the innocent have no place in this world or the next. The realm of shadow offers little respite to the souls of the wicked.
Aye. You defile the sanctity of this chapel with your presence. The holy light shall burn you.
Rise up, High Inquisitor. Your Death Lord calls you back to this world.
I live? Is the anguish of death over?
We have not come to offer peace, High Inquisitor.
Why then? Why have you done this to me?
The day of reckoning is at hand. The Burning Legion has come to destroy our world. The Knights of the Ebon Blade have come to offer you a chance at atonement.
Atonement? I doubt that such a thing exists for me.
Join us, and we will find out together.
Indeed we shall.
With Sally Whitemane raised and in death, we now have 3 of the 4 horsemen. But again, still no horses, so we just got 2 men and 1 woman. In order to finally summon undead steeds for our horsemen, we need to do mission board quests to collect deathly essences from slain characters in Warcraft's past, located in the Shadowlands. Players send their champions to collect the essence of undeath from Grand Apothecary Putris, the Forsaken who betrayed Sylvanas and attacked the Horde, Alliance, and Scourge at the Wrathgate, the essence of fear from Grand Empress Shek'Zir, the final boss of the Heart of Fear raid, the essence of hatred from Dalen Proudmoore, Jaina's father who chased the Horde the Kalimdor, the essence of darkness from Archmage Arugal, the mage who summoned the Worgen back on Azeroth, and finally, the most interesting essence, the essence of shadow from Soulbinder Nami. This is one of the bosses in the Auchindoun dungeon in Warlords of Draenor, which is proof that even characters from alternate universes are sent to the same version of the Shadowlands when they die. And I could totally struggle to explain that right now, but the Lich King is thundering in the player's head and orders them to raise the last member of the 4 horsemen.
There must be one among the 4 horsemen with the power to lead. Without a leader, there will be no unity among the 4. The time has come for the Ebon Blade to return to Light's Hope. The body of the great Tyrion Fordring rests beneath the chapel. Go now, and do what must be done.
Tyrion Fordring, wielder of the Ashbringer, defender of humanity, the very man who fought Arthas at Light's Hope Chapel, which led to the Ebon Blade breaking free from his control. The paladin who would later defeat Arthas and crown Bolvar as the new Lich King, then later die on the front lines of battle on the Broken Shore. Now the Jailer of the Damned is ordering that his corpse must be forcefully taken from the Paladins and raised to serve his will in order to save Azeroth from the Legion. Well, at least that's his excuse for such a blasphemous act.
Tyrion Fordring was one of the greatest champions this world has known. If we do this, there will be a price to pay.
Shut the up, Tyrion! Stop being such a weak-willed loser! This is gonna be like, so badass!
I will obey, Deathlord, but know this. Should we go through with this, there will be no turning back.
Uh-huh.
Interred just beyond those walls is the body of Tyrion Fordring, one of the greatest champions.
What?
Whenever you want to do a workout on your arms,
Yeah.
dump those bags.
Bags of what?
Potatoes. Those bags. I don't think it's potatoes. But I can't throw the bags over the fence. I have to just dump it over.
not
You
yet.
can't do it right now. I'm just saying. I feel like
Is it that heavy?
for me, it may not be for you, but for me, it definitely. Something I can pick it up and move it. I just pick it up and put it over the fence. That's what I don't know where else to throw it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yep. I see you.
It's too far away. That smells good.
Did he pay?
Who you be? Ah, I have just the thing for you. Walk with the earth. Winds be at your back. Go. I can't do that yet. Well met. Goodbye. Peace, friend.
Smoke stream.
Well met. May the eternal sun.
Our world has known. The Silver Hand will not give him to us willingly. So, we will take him by force!
Players waltz into Light's Hope Chapel and sneak into the crypt in the back and summon a horde of ghouls to distract the paladins while they claim their new horsemen.
My lord, we're under attack! It's the Ebon Blade!
Tyrion's body rests below us, in the Hall of Champions. We will join you shortly, Death Lord.
You will not succeed, Darian. The light will not allow it.
Players go into the basement of the chapel, recklessly killing paladins along the way. But as they reach the tomb, Lady Liadrin stands as Tyrion's last bastion of hope.
Death Knight, your actions here are an affront to all that is holy.
Uh-huh.
Turn back from this unholy mission, or be purged by the...
I was just about to call you, man. Hi. You off work finally?
Yeah, I'm heading in my car right now.
3:30, huh?
3:30, huh? Yeah, we were busy. We were fucking slammed all day. All day.
Make good money?
150. Not really. My first handful of tables really pissing me off. They're very snappy and very, you know, I need this now while I have 50 million other things I can do, and they'll leave do $3, $5 on 50, 5 on 70. Type shit.
Thanks.
So, yeah. So hopefully tomorrow, better. Hi. Ugh. I open tomorrow. I open Friday too. We'll see.
How much was your sales?
Huh?
You're making less money at this place.
Nothing's gonna compare to the money that I made at the Pancake House, unfortunately.
Is that?
Because I was taking majority of the tables at the Pancake House. I was running the entire place pretty by myself from 6:30 a.m. to almost 4 o'clock every day but Tuesday and Wednesday.
Oh, and you probably don't have to tip out anybody.
I was there from open to close almost every single day, busting my ass every single day.
Hmm.
So, I mean, I took the job knowing that it's not going to be any money.
That's
so
not.
I'm not really upset about it because I know that I knew beforehand it was going to be a...
It's probably not as stressful. Is it as stressful?
It's a lot more work because we have a lot more things to clean. There's a lot more tables. And the sections are confusing as shit. We have more than 2 people on.
Right.
So that can be stressful. The fact that we have mimosas, we have check IDs, the fact that we have fancy coffees. So shit like that, but not really. Breakfast is the easiest for mom. We can do this with breakfast with my eyes closed.
Still easier than Outback.
Mm-hmm. Eggs are a lot easier to recook if they're not satisfactory than steak is.
Right.
They are fucking assholes. They are big. They are eggs.
Hmm.
So I feel like it's more worth it just because I'm not stressing, you know, like I was when I go at that place. I feel like mentally it's worth it. And then Rochelle, the GM, she wants me to start doing catering.
Okay. There you go.
Delivering food to locations. Whatever catering is ordered.
Yeah, she's getting you ready for.
Yeah, she was like, so I really want you to be honest with me. I do not want to waste my time, you know, training, you know, putting all this time and effort into somebody that does not want, you know, the position that I'm wanting them to do. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you told me the stories about the other GMs who were trying to, the other managers who were trying to teach and shit. So I 100% think that they fucked you on that. Like they wasted her time and they wasted her money and they wasted her effort, you know, so I understand that. I was like, oh no, I'm at the point in my life where I'm able to not complete. I said not complete the serving away, and I am willing and capable of, stepping up, furthering my progression in a place. If you're willing, that time and energy in me. What's up? Okay, it's good to know. Good to hear that. Okay. So we'll see. Because I know damn well it's gonna be a fucking decrease in money. I know that, sure. But she also, one of the GAMS training, she was looking to give them a couple days serving as well. I like the days where Michelle was in, you give them serving days so she didn't have to, I don't fucking know. But she's open to that option. So, she's serving.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing. She wants to teach me, she needs me to teach me, absolutely. I got hired on expecting her to, anyway, so. Supposed to be district manager, so all power to you, man. Absolutely. You need somebody to be your shoes, salary range. I'll work my way to that. Yeah.
There you go.
Because I'm not making house money. Yeah. Already not making house money, so I might as well learn how to be more than a server in a restaurant.
You know how much she makes as a GM or an MP?
No, I don't, but I can ask her.
You think she'd be open to telling you that?
I don't think so.
I can't do that yet.
I would approach it like this, like, so I'm definitely interested in having a position like yours one day. What's a realist, but what is the pay that MPs make in this eggs up? See what she says.
I mean, she quite literally on my birthday, she was claiming how she's an ex-drug addict, or she's a recovering drug addict. So, women are annoyingly super fucking open and don't care. She's willing to tell me that on my second or third day. I feel like she's too much. She's 13 years sober. Awesome. Good for you.
They say once an addict, always an addict, though.
Oh yeah. I mean, just because you used to do drugs back in the day doesn't mean you're not a drug addict. I mean, if you're tempted in any shape or form, you're gonna do it again. It's your body.
Yeah.
There you go. I walk in the streets. She's super nice. Don't get me wrong, but she gets so fucking it's ridiculous. Like she was pissing me off today because she's trying to go home because it was slow enough to go home, but she's freaking out about how it's busy. It's not busy. Me and Michelle got it. You're in rotation. You know exactly what side of the restaurant we're on. You're good. And she kept taking tables. I'm like, okay, I stay here.
Interesting.
And apparently there's talks of a third exit opening up around here. Where, but probably trying to hey? Oh no. And with some cheaper students, there really is like I was able to break the I know I've been out. The checks are so ridiculous. You gotta have a super good day to be able to break more than maybe 250. Which I knew that getting hired in. I knew that it wasn't gonna be anywhere near the pancake house where you did $300-400. It was a random fucking Tuesday for me.
Yeah, but are you happier? That's what matters.
My mental capacity, my mental state is a lot better than working in the pancake house.
There you go. That's all that matters.
I can't really determine whether I'm happy. You can't see that on here, but I like it. It's not. Okay. Job. If I'm able to press
Hell yeah.
I feel like she's gonna train me as a key, like an outback.
Mm-hmm.
Until, she is in a position where she's a district manager.
Hell yeah.
First, I need to learn.
Oh, what? That's so sick.
The GM's problem is that she keeps hiring her friends, and she has this girl named Heather, best friends with, I guess. She's the one that usually does catering, and one of the days while Rochelle was on vacation last week, she's an hour late with catering. So she asked me if I was willing to do it. She was like, "Are you a morning person?" I'm like, working on it. And she was like, "Okay, would you be down if I taught you how to do catering? You know, the time frame is usually 7 to 9. Sure, down."
Say yes to everything right now.
She said I gotta work a couple things around. Maybe start on that. You cannot be an hour late. You cannot be an hour late with catering, especially if it's somebody who orders catering all the time. Maybe this first is.
Yeah, because usually catering's expensive. Yeah.
I would be fucking pissed if my shift was that late. Ridiculous. I told her I'm the type of person that I'd much rather be an hour early than 30 minutes late. So, I'm down. Sure.
Yeah, right, dude. Whatever, dude.
And in Camogus, I might get a job at Gross. Hey.
I heard servers at Grills make stupid money at both locations.
No, the one that I pass every single day is fucking packed. The time that they're open, the time they're fucking closed.
I heard they're very strict, though. They're very religious and right-wing, so you should fit right in. to say Donald Trump's my favorite.
Donald Trump's my dad.
Yeah. Daddy. Ooh, oh my god, I've been farting like a motherfucker today. It's bad. Oh my god, I think I have to poop again, dude.
My next day off, I don't even know when my next day off is because it doesn't fit. But if she copies and pastes it, my next day off is until Monday.
That spell isn't ready yet.
No, it's supposed to be. What's up with coffee? Stop.
The old fuck.
I had to take the highway this morning. Bro, it took me like 45 minutes to get to work. I was almost late.
Why'd you have to take the highway this morning?
Because US 1 was fucking traffic like a motherfucker. There was an accident. I was like, yeah, no, let's go the highway route. The highway route.
It is the highway. What are you talking about? US 1 is a highway. What route did you take?
I went 95.
That's
it. I went 95.
That's the interstate, you fucking dweeb.
Here, highway's a highway.
No, it's not. They're completely different.
I don't care. You understood what I said.
No, I didn't. That's why I was confused.
Highways usually don't have lights. What do you mean?
Babe. Babe.
A1A is not a highway.
Yes, it is.
Motherfucking A, that shit has hella lights. What do you mean?
Oh my god. It turns into the B line. What are you talking about? Highways absolutely have lights.
What the fuck is the B line?
An interstate is the only road that has 0 lights.
Interstate, expressway, and highway. Who gives a shit?
Well, the rest of the world gives a shit. I guess you're the only one.
That's not a difference.
You're special. My special little piece of shit. You know what I mean? I have to poop again, dude. Tragic. Oh my god. What is wrong with my bungholio today? Ew, there's poop on the ground. What the fuck? There's poop on the ground in my video game.
That's when I got the ring.
Totem of Rage. How do I fucking get that thing? Blackrock Depths. What? Who killed me?
Welcome back. Today we're doing a full Enhancement Shaman leveling guide for TBC Classic, from level 1 all the way to 70. And I want to be upfront with you. This is one of the most rewarding classes you can level in the Burning Crusade, but it has a learning curve. There are totem quests to complete, weapon imbues to manage, and a talent path that actually matters a lot. So we're going to cover everything: talents, point by point, rotation, zones, and the key power spikes you need to know about. Let's get into it. First, why enhancement over elemental or restoration for leveling? The answer is mana efficiency. Enhancement is the least mana hungry of the 3 shaman specs, which means less downtime between pulls and faster overall leveling. You kill things in melee, your auto attacks do a lot of the work, and your shocks fill in the gaps. Elemental is technically faster at killing individual mobs once it gets its key talents around level 40, but it drinks constantly and has no mobility. Restoration is purely for players who want to heal dungeons all the way to 70. For solo questing efficiency from start to finish, enhancement is the clear recommendation. Quick note on race before we dive in. On Horde, Orc is the strongest enhancement choice. Blood Fury gives you a powerful attack power cooldown that stacks beautifully with your burst window, and Axe specialization gives passive weapon skill with Axis. Troll is also solid with Berserking. On Alliance, Draenei is your only option, and it's actually great. Heroism is one of the most important abilities in the entire game. And the racial gift of the Naru is a free heal over time that helps with survivability while leveling. Now the talent section. And I'm going to be specific here because this is where a lot of guides get vague. Your first talent point comes at level 10. From levels 10 to 14, put all 5 points into shield specialization. It's not the flashiest talent, but it makes using a shield during early leveling noticeably safer and more efficient. You'll be using a two-handed weapon most of the time regardless, but having shield options in emergencies is genuinely useful. From levels 15 to 19, put 5 points into Thundering Strikes. This gives you extra melee crit, and it's a required prerequisite for Flurry later on, which is one of the most important talents in the entire enhancement tree. At level 20, put 1 point into Shamanistic Focus. 1 point for meaningful mana returns on Storm Strike crits? This is a no-brainer. At levels 21 and 22, put 2 points into Improved Ghost Wolf. This makes Ghost Wolf instant cast, and before you have a mount at level 30, this is one of the most useful things you can have. Being able to pop into wolf form instantly to run between mobs or escape from a bad pull is a genuine quality of life upgrade. At levels 23 and 24, put 2 points into Enhancing Totems. This improves Strength of Earth Totem and Grace of Air Totem, which you'll be dropping on every pull, so the passive damage gain adds up. From levels 25 to 29, put all 5 points into Flurry. This is a massive talent. After each critical strike, your next 3 attacks get a 30% attack speed bonus. Combined with the crit you've been building from Thundering Strikes, this dramatically increases your killing speed on every single mob. At level 30, put 1 point into Weapon Mastery. Then from levels 31 to 34, put 4 points into Storm Strike. Wait, let me correct that. Storm Strike itself is unlocked at level 40. What you're doing from 30 to 39 is continuing to fill out your enhancement tree. Get 1 point into Improved Weapon Totems if you haven't yet, then work toward two-handed axes and maces for the passive expertise, and pick up elemental weapons for the Wind Fury damage boost. Level 30 is your first major power spike because you can now equip Wind Fury Weapon. Put it on your main hand immediately. With Flurry and Wind Fury Weapon both active, you will feel like a completely different class compared to levels 1 through 29. From levels 40 to 54, the second massive power spike arrives. Storm Strike. This is your primary active ability. It hits for solid damage and applies a debuff that increases the damage of your next 2 nature damage spells by 20%. Immediately after Storm Strike, you follow with Earthshock to take advantage of that debuff. This Storm Strike into Earthshock combination is the foundation of your entire rotation for the rest of leveling. Also in this range, pick up Shamanistic Rage. It's both your mana regeneration cooldown and a defensive tool that reduces damage taken while active. Use it on cooldown to stay sustainable without drinking. From levels 55 to 70, you've essentially filled the core enhancement tree, and now you're dipping into Elemental for extra value. Pick up Mental Quickness for its passive spell damage and mana reduction, then head into the Elemental tree and maximize Concussion for the flat damage boost to your shocks. Pick up Call of Flame to improve your Searing Totem damage, Earth's Grasp to improve Stoneclaw Totem's ability to hold extra mobs while you finish them off, and Elemental Focus for mana efficiency. Finish with Reverberation to reduce your shock cooldowns, and optionally a point into improved Fire Totems for Fire Nova Totem quality of life. Enhancement rotation is priority-based, not a fixed sequence. Before every pull, confirm that Fire Nova Totem quality of life. Enhancement rotation is priority-based, not a fixed sequence. Before every pull, confirm that Wind Fury Weapon is on your main hand, Lightning Shield is active, and you're ready to drop a totem. Open with Flame Shock from max range. This gets the damage over time ticking and moves you into melee range simultaneously. Drop Searing Totem the moment you engage. From level 40 onward, immediately hit Storm Strike and follow with Earthshock to consume the Nature Vulnerability debuff. Use Shamanistic Rage on cooldown. Auto attacks fill every gap. On enemies that will live for more than a few seconds, refreshing Flame Shock for its full duration is worth the global. Keep Lightning Shield up constantly. It's essentially free damage every time you take a hit. Once you hit level 62 and learn Water Shield, use it when you need mana recovery instead of Lightning Shield. It returns mana on each orb consumed and completely eliminates drinking for most pulls. Enhancement Shaman has 4 class quest chains to unlock each totem school, and skipping them is one of the biggest mistakes new players make. At level 4, you get Call of Earth, which gives you Stoneclaw Totem. At level 10, you get Call of Fire, which unlocks Searing Totem. Do this immediately. This totem is free passive fire damage on every single pull. At level 20, Call of Water gives you Healing Stream Totem and Water Walking. And at level 30, Call of Air gives you Wind Fury Totem. These quests take maybe 30 to 45 minutes total, and they unlock abilities that are core to your class identity. Never skip them. Gear during leveling is straightforward. Prioritize agility, strength, attack power, and melee crit in roughly that order. Agility gives you both attack power and crit chance, making it the most efficient single stat for enhancement. Strength gives raw attack power. Spell power matters less than you'd think during leveling because your damage comes primarily from auto attacks and Storm Strike, not shocks. The most important piece of gear on your character at any given time is your weapon. A two-hander while you're below level 40, and then dual-wield one-handers once you unlock dual-wield. A two-hander that is 5 or 6 levels above your current level will feel noticeably stronger than your talents. Always prioritize upgrading your weapon above any other gear slot. Check the auction house at level milestones like 20, 30, 40, and 50 for weapon upgrades. Even a basic green two-hander with good stats makes a massive difference.
For professions, skinning is the strongest choice to level alongside enhancement because you're killing so many beasts while questing that you skin them for free without any detour. The leather and gold income is genuinely useful. Pair skinning with either herbalism or mining. Both are pure gold income gathering professions that require 0 initial investment and level naturally as you quest. At level 70, you can drop your gathering professions and power level crafting professions like leatherworking or blacksmithing if you want. But during leveling, the gold and sustainability of gathering professions is hard to beat. Always level first aid as a secondary. Bandages are free healing between pulls that cost you nothing but cloth. And during the early levels, before your gear is good, they genuinely save you from dying on bad pulls.
For zones, the path is fairly standard, but worth knowing. Alliance Draenei start in Azure Mist Isle and move into Blood Mist Isle before joining the standard path around level 20. Horde Orcs and Trolls go through Durotar and the Barrens, while Tauren go through Mulgore and then the Barrens. From 30 onward, the standard Horde path takes you through Hillsbrad, Thousand Needles, Stranglethorn Vale, and then Feralis or Ungoro into Feralas or Ungoro into Winterspring. Alliance follows Eastern Kingdom zones through the same level ranges. Once you hit 58, go to Outland immediately. The experience and gear in Hellfire Peninsula is so dramatically better than anything in Azeroth that there's no reason to wait for level 60. Hellfire Peninsula takes you from 58 to roughly 62. After that, move to Zangarmarsh from 60 to 64, then Terakar Forest from 62 to 65, then Nagrand, which covers 64 to 67 and is one of the best questing zones in the entire game. Blade's Edge Mountains takes you from 65 to 68, and then Netherstorm and Shadowmoon Valley carry you to 70.
Enhancement Shaman is a genuinely welcome addition to any dungeon group during leveling because of your totems. Wind Fury Totem is a massive buff for any melee DPS in your group, and your Mana Spring and Healing Stream totems passively support the whole party. In dungeons, drop your full 4 totem set at the start of every pull: Earth, Fire, Water, Air, and let the passive bonuses do work while you focus on your rotation. Your Purge ability is also one of the most useful tools in the game for removing enemy buffs, and most players forget to use it. Any enemy with a visible buff that makes it hit harder or move faster should be purged immediately. It's an instant cast, it costs modest mana, and it can completely change the difficulty of certain pulls. A few things that separate good enhancement shamans from great ones during leveling. Always have a weapon imbue active.
no exceptions. Wind Fury on your main hand the moment you unlock it at 30, and Flame Tongue or Rock Biter on your offhand when you get dual wield later on. Keep your weapon skills trained. Visit a weapon skill trainer when you pick up new weapon types so you don't miss attacks. Skinning is a great profession to level alongside enhancement because you're killing so many mobs and the gold income requires 0 extra effort. And finally, use Stoneclaw Totem when you accidentally pull extra mobs. It taunts nearby enemies and buys you time to finish your current target. Earth's Grasp makes this even more effective once you have the talent.
That's the full Enhancement Shaman leveling guide for TBC Classic. Talents, rotation,
Hello again. So, the stupid warrior is now deleted, and I've leveled a space goat from level 1 to 60. And I gotta say, it feels great playing Enhancement again. This time I'll share some tips and tricks that can be especially useful while leveling up. The absolute best and probably most underrated totem that you can use while leveling as Enhancement is the Stoneclaw Totem. It is extremely good for a few reasons. Mainly, it is the highest DPS increase that you can get from totems while playing solo. This is because if your targets get stunned, they cannot dodge or parry. Just to put this in perspective, hitting a stun mob is giving you more than 10% extra damage against a mob of the same level. And it is worth even more against higher level mobs, which have a higher chance to parry and dodge. Even if the mob does not get stunned on the first 1 to 2 hits that you allow it to hit the Stoneclaw Totem, you will still be doing your first attacks from behind the mob, meaning you have 0% chance to get dodged or blocked. So it is more damage, but it's also a higher chance to get a crit, since you have more attacks hitting. And getting a crit early on is very important for us. It gives us clear casting on our next choke, 10% AP and 30% attack speed. It really is the worst thing when you don't get rolling early on. To top it all off, Stoneclaw Totem costs very little mana. It is only 140 mana at level 58, increasing to 170 mana at level 67. The last part I will mention for solo play is that you take less damage while the mob is doing its first hits on the Stoneclaw Totem, or ideally being stunned. This gives you less downtime as you need to spend less mana and time healing yourself. When dropping your Fire Nova totem, the totem itself gains a certain amount of threat on nearby mobs. This often results in the mobs instantly attacking and destroying the totem. To avoid this, you can either use Dense Dynamite if you're an engineer to make sure that you're higher than the totem on the aggro list, or you can drop your Stoneclaw totem and wait a few seconds. If you're leveling in a group, it is more beneficial that you drop Wind Fury rank 1 and twist more agility, rather than dropping the max level Wind Fury and running out of mana. The mana you save will be substantial. Wind Fury's main damage for your party is the extra attack, not the extra attack power on that attack. I kept doing this for my Monkey Warrior all throughout last TBC and he didn't even notice. The DPS loss for a warrior is less than 4 DPS, I did the calculation. And for anyone feeling sorry for him, he was dealing with bigger issues than losing 4 DPS from Wind Fury rank 1.
Oh, it's Maker in tier 2.
At all!
Oh. What the actual fuck is this? Why would you need a battle shot for this?
I mean, why would you choose to wear the fucking shoulder so that everybody can see that you're a Pepega as well?
Ah!
And the head. Oh my fucking god. Actual fucking axe head.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
For dungeons, I also really like to drop a Stoneclaw Totem when engaging a new group of mobs. This is because very often the tank will not have a lot of aggro on all of the mobs, and often all the mobs will hit the Stoneclaw Totem at least once before the tank gains aggro on all of the mobs. This also enables you to drop the Fire Nova Totem more reliably without it getting one shot if you drop it too early. And obviously your tank takes a little less damage initially, which will allow your healer to use more mana efficient spells to heal him up. About Sink and Stagger. First off, if you're not sure what this is, you should watch my other video where I explain it, but you shouldn't worry too much about this while leveling. However, it is of course a lot better to be synced, or ideally properly staggered, especially when you compare it to a raid or sim environment where you will have a lot more crit. The less crit you have, the more valuable every flurry stack becomes. I usually stagger it up against every mob, because it's a good habit, it's fun to have something to do. It is also a good DPS game, and it gets better the longer the fight goes on. If you're going purely solo, I would recommend going sub-resto, mainly for the totemic focus, which is very nice in the open world, and will save you a lot of mana if you fight multiple wobs around the camp. You will also get this directly at level 61, and can also pick up 3 points in Nature's Focus from the resto tree, but after that I think it's best to go back to enhancement for weapon mastery, and toughness is nice as well. If you're planning to do a lot of group leveling, I would go for sub-LA, mainly for Call of Flames, as Fire Nova and Magma Totem can be a very large part of your damage against larger packs of mobs. About the gearing, I wouldn't worry too much about it. As long as you've picked up 2 rank 14 weapons and enchant them with Crusader, you're pretty much good until level 70. When you get something nice, you just equip it. The only thing that I will go out of my way to get is the trinket Blade Fist Breath, which is an amazing trinket while leveling, and you can get it pretty much as soon as you walk through the Dark Portal. However, it is a quest chain, and it's in the open world, and it's going to be crowded on release, but if you can get it done, it would last you a very long time. For PvP out in the open world, the most impactful thing that you can do is to carry free action potions and use them liberally. They are very overpowered, especially for us that don't really have a gap closer and can be quite squishy in stun before we get geared at 70. I will also throw in a tip that if you are facing a priest or warlock that keep destroying your Tremor Totem, just drop a Stoneclaw Totem and watch them get stunned when they hit it.
And without further ado,
if you've been watching my YouTube,
we got a new G-Bay video. I tried to ruin my classic WoW playthrough. Okay.
Channel recently, you already know that I just started playing classic WoW for the first time.
These are the worst bodybuilders of all time. Dave Palumbo spent an entire decade trying to become a pro bodybuilder. He tried 16 times and failed each time, but the sport made sure Dave would never be forgotten because his stomach got so big and deformed that the entire industry named the disease after him. But Dave at least looked like a bodybuilder because Big Lenny's gut got so massive that while every bodybuilder practiced sucking their stomach in for the vacuum pose, Lenny invented his own version and called it the reverse vacuum. And when people asked Lenny what happened, he said his stomach only looked big because he did so much cardio that his legs shrank. But the worst one is the Iranian Hulk, who built over 1 million followers posting photos of the scariest physique on the internet. But when another bodybuilder went to fight him, the Iranian Hulk showed up to the face-off and he was exposed for being a fat boy who photoshopped his muscle. These are the worst bodybuilders of all time. Dave Palumbo spent an entire decade
I know this name since I made first character on ICC like 2019. He is still farming people. Hunter Grasp hasn't learned basics about Hunter gameplay.
Nope.
It's too far away.
Radio. AP.
two-hander as a shaman again. So let's not bury the lead here and just go into mathematical detail as to why this thing is actually so good. So to start off with, Shaman, unlike Paladin, has a lot of instant cast spells, so spells that will not interrupt your auto attack DPS, that have either a 1-to-1 mana efficiency ratio or better. So for example, this Flame Shock here, 160 mana for, what is that, like 190 damage. That's better than a 1-to-1 mana efficiency ratio. We got this Earth Shock here, 145 mana for like 130-ish damage. That's pretty close to a 1-to-1 mana efficiency ratio. Lightning Bolts, noticeably better than 1-to-1 mana efficiency ratio, but they interrupt your auto attack DPS. And of course, the big boy on the block is your damn Lightning Shield, which is, what is that? That's 240 nature damage for 180 mana. The TLDR when you're leveling just about any class in Classic World of Warcraft when it comes to your spells is that your healing spells are usually set at about 1 mana for 2 points of healing. And then if you're using spells that are less mana efficient than a 1-to-1 ratio, like 1 mana for 1 point of damage, there better be a good goddamn reason for it. So for example, on Paladin, when the Paladin is using the Stamina Spirit gear, we're often using Consecration. And the main reason we're using, even on like a single target, but the reason why we're doing that is because if we don't do that, we just have all this extra mana coming in from the Spirit gear that we need to do something to put it into damage, and we don't have any additional buttons. You literally have no additional buttons on a Paladin that really allow you to take your mana, front-load it into damage on the enemy, and then sit on your Spirit Regeneration, right? But Shaman has that in spades. You got your Shocks, you got your Lightning Shield, your Searing Totem is mana efficient to high fucking heaven to your god. And then your healing spells, of course, are normal. So lots of ability to turn mana into damage on a Shaman and to not interrupt your auto attack. Basically, this thing is custom built for Stamina Spirit 6 ways from Sunday. Absolutely amazing. So anyways, now we need to go check out the math on the subject, okay? Oh, and so I don't bury the lead here. What we're going to do is I'm going to talk about the different gearing options on your Shaman, like, you know, the classic strength stamina gear, two-handed weapon versus a one-hander and a shield with Stamina Spirit gear, right? We have to compare those two. Then I'm going to show you in no uncertain terms what exactly the Spirit gear is doing for this character. And then I'm going to go do a quest I haven't done in years, which is the Test of Endurance. It's the Harpy Caves the Harpies in the cave in Thousand Needles that silence you and have a really fast respawn rate. We're going to go do that. It's usually considered to be one of the harder, more dangerous quests on like a hardcore character. We're going to see if we can't just make that look absolutely fucking easy as pie. Alright, so before I bury the lead here, I know the ratios by heart with Paladin, so we're going to talk about it as Paladin and just know, holy crap, let me move a little bit forward. That guy came in hot. That Wyvern came in hot. I know these ratios by heart on Paladin, and they're just better on Shaman. So, for example, on Paladin, I know that the difference between wielding a one-handed weapon in your DPS and wielding a two-handed weapon in your DPS is that wielding a one-handed weapon, you'll do 80% of the DPS you would do on your Paladin if you that you would do if you were wielding a two-hander, right? On Shaman, that ratio is probably closer to like 85%, or yeah, I'm gonna stick up my hand and say 85%, maybe closer to 87. The reason for this is because if you have the mana, using Flame Shock, Lightning Shield, and Searing Totem on a single mob pull, and on every mob pull, assuming you have the Spirit Regeneration behind it, assuming you have the mana behind it, it's not like Paladin where the vast majority of your DPS output is your weapon and just auto-attacking shit to death, right? These spells are taking out about 50% of the target's life, and then the rest of the target's life is basically being taken out by your weapon DPS. And then maybe like another 10% of the, or probably closer to 20% of the target's life is being taken up by your Flame Tongue weapon enchant, or your Wind Fury, or Rock Biter. These are probably better comparisons than, well, I guess Wind Fury, never mind. Yeah, so my point is that it's like, you're not actually losing that much DPS by using a two-hander over a one-hander, and what you gain from it by wearing a shield instead is you gain such a significant chunk of armor on your shaman that suddenly you have to spend less mana to heal yourself, which means you get to spend more mana into doing damage into the enemy. The moral of the story with shaman is that if you can find ways to generate mana on your shaman, you can convert that into pure fucking DPS, and it just ends up being more efficient than just about anything else you can do. Alright, so let's proof this really fast. So I've already done some testing here really quick. Ugh, scroll out. Let me take a drink of water here. Alright. So when you wear strength gear on your character, like if I had up-to-date gear that was nothing but stamina strength gear on my shaman or on my paladin, what that effectively does to your character is that it increases the amount of melee DPS, the amount of attack power your character has, by 25% at most, okay? Which means if you were butt naked swinging a two-handed weapon versus completely decked out in strength stamina gear, the difference in your DPS would be 75% versus, that's not true. It'd be 80% versus 100%, because 80% plus 25% increased damage would be 100%. Yeah, math is weird that way. Okay, so that's what a full inventory of strength stamina basically does to your character. It increases your effective damage by about 25%. Not an insignificant number. The stamina spirit gear, however, is a completely different animal. Your character basically, when they're butt naked, has like 20 to 25-ish spirit regeneration depending upon your level per 2 seconds. That's just built into your character, and you get that at like level 1. That's why your mana bar regenerates so fucking fast at the lower levels, but then it starts becoming weaker and weaker over time. It's because the base regeneration of your character is so high at like 20-25. The spirit gear at the lower levels will increase the spirit regeneration of your character by 50%, but then in the higher levels it becomes 30%, my bad, 100%, and then in the higher levels, like level 45, level 47, somewhere around there, when the game's actually getting quite tough, it's closer to like 120, 130%. And since you can convert that into raw damage, it gets absolutely disgusting. So let's put a pin in that. We'll come back to that. We'll show the base regeneration, and then we'll put on the gear and we'll showcase the difference. Actually, let's just do that right now. Okay, cool. So let's just proof that really fast here. All right, so let's try to get a decent number here. Yeah, that's cute. Okay, cool. So let's look at the spirit regeneration from 701. So we got a -1 from whatever the number is. So yeah, you can see it was 27. So currently we're regenerating about 27 mana every 2 seconds tick time. And that's when we're basically butt naked on this character. So it used to be 27. Let's throw on the gear. Okay, cool. We are completely geared up now. Sweetness. Let that go back up. Okay, 201. 44. Okay, so now it's at 43. Cool. That's very nice. We can also run over here. Oh, right. We don't have food buff or anything like that on. All right, let's go a little crazy with it. Let's get our food buff. Let's get this buff over here. We can kind of look a little bit into the future. So, like, you know, what I might look like at like level 40, something like that. So we just gained another spirit increase by 25% of level. So I do believe that means we gained like 8 spirit or something like that. I don't fucking know. This is a really great buff here from this guy in Camp Monachi. absolutely adore this guy. Just gives you a 30-minute 25 stamina buff for like free, basically. Like, what the fudge? Anyways, let's... What are we at now? I want one of these. I want one of these. No. Let's try to get a good number. 31? Okay. Minusing. So what are we at? 81. Ooh. Okay, so that means it went up by 50 exactly. That's actually the number I wanted to talk about, and I was going to use on the calculator over here to show you it's the value of the spirit gear. Got to run away a little bit here. Let's get back to the calculator. Okay, cool. So I know from experience on my paladin that when I'm level 40, I have about 50 mana regeneration per 2-second spirit ticks on my character. I'm already getting that with these buffs here on this current gear at like level 32 with this shaman. Don't know if spirit has better effect on a shaman than it does on a paladin. I'll have to wait till level 40 to really confirm that. But, I mean, we're already right here. Okay, so what the hell does it mean that we basically gained something like... I'm going to use an odd even number here. Let's just do 24. Let's keep it nice and low. So what the hell does it mean? Because if you recall, I think our base regeneration that we saw was like 26 when we were butt naked. And currently we're at something like 50 with all this gear. So as you can see... without the buffs, it was like maybe an 80% increase to spirit regeneration, and then as we get the buffs and as the gear gets better over time, it goes up and up and up percentage-wise. But let's just ask ourselves a simple question like, I'll go 26, who cares? What is the value in DPS of 26 mana regeneration per 2 seconds from spirit regeneration? Okay, so we got to cut it down a little bit. In combat, compared to, say, how much DPS we could get out of strength, right? Can we even make that comparison? And the answer is yes. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take this 26 spirit regeneration every 2 seconds. I'm going to divide it by 2 and give us per second. So now
crystal and it's not like I can't throw a icon.
Where am I at?
So now we're looking at 13 mana regeneration per second. Then I'm going to cut it down even further. I'm going to reduce this by 30% to try to take into account increasers out of the damn thing, and then just let the shield do its damn job, right? Which is to reduce my damage and blah, 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 blah. Not to mention the shields come with a fair bit of stats. Am I going the wrong way? I don't think so. So, yeah, we're going to run out here to the Harpies. We're going to do this quest. Hopefully nobody else is out here. If I am wrong about this stuff, then I'm going to get my butt kicked. But if I'm right, it's going to look like an absolute fucking joke. This quest should, I do believe, look like a complete ass joke. I vaguely remember this quest. I remember that the Harpies will silence you, kind of like they do in Alterac Valley. You're high up in the air, so running away is really dangerous. You can fall to your death. I also remember you go to the back of the cave and they like keep spawning on you, and I do believe the Harpies in the cave have really fast respawn times. That's my vague memory of what the hell's going on around here. Alright, so we're going to get ready here. Hopefully these things, they don't overlap. Okay, gotcha. I was wondering that when I bought the damn thing. More powerful spells already active. Oh, okay, that must be that thing. Okay, cool. So can't use the armor scroll and the armor potion at the same time. Good to know. I think you would know these things. Can you tell I play Paladin? I'm like, what the fuck would I need this armor potion for? Alright, let's get this buff. Make sure we got our Flame Tongue weapon active, and we'll get to it. So, the reason why I'm doing this at level 32... Thank you. Let's just get a test going, shall we? Anyways, oh crap, there might be a guy here. That sucks. I might have to pause the video and wait for him to do his quest. I just want to do this by myself. Anyways, whoa, where the hell are you going? Okay, so they also run. I didn't forget that, but I did forget to mention that. Anyways, the reason why I'm doing this at level... Where the fuck are you going? Come back here. The reason why I'm choosing to do this at level 32 is Shaman healing is really weird, or I should say interesting compared to Paladin. Paladin, of course, we have our Holy Light spell, and we have our Flash of Light spells. And our Holy Light spell is very mana efficient from a time perspective, but our... am I missing anything? Not really. Anyways, our Flash of Light is incredibly mana efficient, but not time efficient. Our Holy Light is very time efficient, but not mana efficient in the healing. Shaman's healing, both in Classic WoW and TBC, is a completely different animal. Basically, your Flash of Light is just as mana efficient as your healing wave. So if I do like 2 lesser healing waves, it's just as mana efficient as like 1 healing wave. It's just as mana efficient and time efficient. There's almost no difference between the two. The only thing that even remotely makes the Shaman's Holy Light equivalent superior is if it's spec'd. And this thing does, in fact, have it spec'd. So it's at 2.5 seconds compared to its normal 3 seconds. The problem with it is that... what am I trying to say here? I'm not even really paying attention to what the hell's going on. What the fudge am I trying to say? Basically, I'm doing this at level 32 and not like level 30 because it took forever for me to get a new rank of Healing Wave. I was stuck on Healing Wave rank 5 for like a million fucking years, and it kept giving me new ranks of lesser Healing Wave, like, oh, use this instead. And I'm like, fuck you, I have talents in Restoration to make this thing better, and I know my combat from my Paladin, so I'm like, basically, it's very easy for you to weave a lesser Healing Wave, especially when you're getting punched in the dick by a bunch of mobs, because most mobs have like a 2-second attack time. And so it's very easy for you to take a hit from a mob and then to get out a lesser healing wave before their auto attack resets. So you don't even really need, theoretically, healing focus 5 out of 5 to reduce the pushback. This is still a pretty efficient technique even when you have healing focus, 5 out of 5 and there's multiple enemies attacking you, it's very easy for you to see like all their hits come in and then click lesser healing wave and to try to sneak in the lesser healing wave. But if you find yourself needing to heal yourself to full when in the middle of combat, so you can heal to full and let spirit regeneration do its damn job, lesser healing wave sucks suddenly under those conditions. The reason why lesser healing wave sucks is because of how spell pushback works in the game. So the first bit of spell pushback your character takes is 1 second of spell pushback, and then the next one is 0.5 seconds of spell pushback, and it can't push back any more than the base amount. So if I have 4 mobs attacking me and I want to cast a healing spell, I want to wait until all 4 mobs are about to bitch slap me and then immediately start my healing spell. And because that'll push it, that'll suffer me like, let's say I suffer 3 spell pushbacks when I'm like right here, or let's say I suffer it right when I'm at the H, okay, which is about half a second worth of cast time. I will suffer 1 second worth of spell pushback in the first hit I take, and then it will be 0.5 seconds, and then a quarter of a second. It keeps basically halving itself into oblivion. What that'll do is that I'll take 3 hits. That'll make my H go all the way down to 0, but then it'll basically start back up again, and I'll basically be immune to the enemy's spell pushback for all extensive purposes. And what I'm trying to basically say here is that having a nice, big, chunky healing wave spell and knowing how to fucking use it properly, whether you have healing focus or not, is worth its weight in gold. And since they weren't giving me a new rank of it for a million years, trying to convince me to use fucking healing wave, it was pissing me off. If I am spamming healing wave and I'm keep getting punched in the dick by a bunch of mobs, I'm going to suffer so much more spell pushback. Because for the amount of healing that I'm basically taking compared to if I was just using healing wave, especially if I was using a healing wave properly. So if you have to heal yourself under emergency circumstances, the best thing for you to do is to try to sneak in a healing wave on a shaman. Is sneak in a healing wave first, and then to use the tactic I just explained with the greater healing wave. Wait till they're all about to punch you, then start your big boy heal. Hope you suffer any, if you're going to suffer any spell pushback, you suffer it right then and there. Yeah, go from there. So they weren't giving me a new rank, and it was really pissing me off. And so I was just like, when the hell am I going to get a new rank of this fucking healing spell? It finally gave me one at level 32, and so that's why we're here at level 32. There should be some harpies. Ah, crap. So someone's doing it. I'm going to... How the fuck do I get up here? Thank you. Anyways, I'm going to see how far they are along on this quest. And then I'm going to pause the video and try to do it my own damn self, because this is unacceptable. Huh, alright. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah, I see you. I see you. Alright, I'm going to sit here nice and comfortably, pause the video. We're going to log out, pause the video, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes, and we'll see if we can't get this done properly. Alright, we're back. Let's try to do this thing. Going to eat another apple, wherever the hell the apples are. Seriously? Okay. Alright, let's do this thing. Oh my god. Well, off to a good start so far. Oh. Thank you, jackass. Yeah, so I do like the idea of these things line up pretty good. Like, wait till everybody hits you and then sneak in a lesser healing wave, then immediately start your greater healing wave, and their 2-second timer lines up just perfectly so that if you're going to suffer any spell pushback, it gets greatly reduced because it's so early in your spell cast. Yeah, like it. Okay, get up here. I am silenced. Roger that. Flame Tongue could use... Let's get this down. Okay. I don't think we got any... Yeah, there shouldn't be anybody behind us. Alright, cool. Let's get to it. Come here, jackass. Pretty serious on the runner department, that's for sure. Ah, action rear, okay. Yeah, I know, okay. So are we DCing? Is that what the fuck's about to happen here? Okay, alright, I understand. Thank you, Blizzard. Yes, Blizzard, you are beautiful. A special kind of beautiful. And this right here, ladies and gentlemen, is why we do not play hardcore classic World of Warcraft. Not with the goddamn Chinese internet. Fuck no. So anyways, the moment we get in here, we're going to have to use our nature swiftness. Yikes. Mm-hmm. Can't even see my fucking... Thanks to Discord. How the hell am I hearing this? Okay, thank you. Fucking A. Gonna run soon. Hello? Here we have auto attacks. I hear auto attacks are a thing. Oh, we attacked the wrong harpy. Whoa. Okay. Fascinating. Bunch of jackasses, if you ask me. Alright, down nature swiftness. Should be back very soon. Everything else looks just fine, though. Put that down, put this down, put that down, get this going. Mm-hmm. It looks fine. Really? Action rear again? Damn, alright. Have fun. Burn through a little bit of mana here. Not that big of a deal. Wow, that's a respawn rate for you. Damn, I'm gonna turtle up here a little bit. This is kind of ridiculous. Okay. Sure, why not? I've heard some guides on this, if I recall correctly, are like, don't loot them so they don't respawn so quickly. If this keeps happening, I will definitely look into that. Holy balls. But as you can see here, the Stamina Spirit Gear is just not giving a fuck. Literally no fucks are given. So I guess I can just move up a little bit. Establish myself over here. Swiftness is back. Is the respawn. Alright, cool. I'm gonna do this just to move the Earth Totem. Since I think it only lasts like 30 seconds or something. 15 seconds? Okay. Yeah, I can get behind that. So I'm gonna let my Spirit Regeneration happen. I'm just gonna face tank this and auto attack it to death. Come on. Wow. How's the respawn here? Okay, they stopped. crap. That's why all the respawning was happening. It's like, whatever. Alright, well, I'm going to get back into this corner right here. And I'm going to wait for the respawns to happen because I want to do this legitimately. So we're just going to log out in this corner and wait a few seconds. That's fine. Watch Blizzard try to screw me again. Lol. Actually, we might be able to do it right now. I mean, these respawns are coming kind of fast. What do you think it's worth? Okay, yeah, that's perfect. Okay, cool. We'll just do it like this. Not a big deal. Can I put that? Jesus Christ. Hello, lag? What the fuck? Like, also hello, lag? With the balls? Huh, weird. So I like how this bitch is just... There you go. You're like, huh? What? Huh? What's that? Cool. Let's get a nice heal in here, because it's going to get interesting. Okay. I think that's a natty. We'll use our natty on this one. Nah. She want a piece of me? Look like it. But she does. Well, okay, we're silenced. Still swinging. There we go. That should work. Alright. She's running. Dead. Okay, cool. What a clusterfuck. I suppose the clusterfuck actually makes it a bit more impressive in the grand scheme of things. Why'd you do that twice? Nobody pressed that twice. Fuck you. Whatever. Food buff is doing fine. 7 minutes on food buff. Things could get frisky though, so let's do one more apple. I'm waiting for our spirit regeneration anyways. 9 minutes on the 30-minute buff. Okay, yeah, we're good. Alright. Let's see what we can do. I want to put down our stuff or not. Yeah, thank you. Ah, Blizzard, what the fuck, man? God, that lag is impressive. The lag impresses me, good sir. Jesus.
When you may have some pre-built misconceptions about, and that's Subtlety Rogue. It's often wrongly thrown around. Your friends will be waiting patiently to log in, while the servers over at Blizzard will be doing more work than their entire development team during Shadowlands Season 4. In any case, you'll be wanting to hop on the hype train while you can, and today, we will be telling you about the best specs to main for Wrath of the Lich King PvP, some of which may come as a complete surprise. And as a quick disclaimer, this list has been compiled strictly off the deadly Season 5 arena meta. You're also in the right place, as this list has been produced alongside a collection of the best and most experienced Wrath of the Lich King arena players. And it's those same players who've spent a ton of time creating by far the best way for you to get an insane head start on the competition with our epic class guides for our brand new Wrath of the Lich King site over at SkillCap. And trust us, you're going to need it, as you may think you're ready for Classic, but Wrath PvP is a totally different game, with probably more skill expression than any other time in World of Warcraft. So you're definitely going to want all the best tricks that only the #1 players use to climb the ranks, which comes with the 400 rating increase guarantee we've just launched. Check us out after this to access both retail and Wrath guides in one subscription with the exclusive discount link below. So without any further ado, let's kick things off by taking a look at our top 3 melee contenders. Arms Warriors is our first, and if you enjoy pure unadulterated aggression and damage, then look no further. This iteration of Arms is about as close as you can get to the standard MMO warrior archetype, which means what you should expect is a primary focus on both incredibly high sustained damage, but also very strong burst. If you're able to hit your target, then chances are they won't be able to survive for too long, especially thanks to their trademark ability, Mortal Strike, which in Wrath provides a 50% healing reduction, which can be kept up on a target indefinitely. Oh, and if that wasn't enough already, then let me introduce you to Unrelenting Assault. This talent causes your overpower to reduce the target's magic damage and healing by 50% if it lands during a cast. So in total, you can stick a very overpowered 75% healing reduction on your target if they make the mistake of casting. This doesn't even take into consideration that their consistent damage actually hurts. One of the major differences in Wrath is that the abilities that you have on your bars actually deal impactful damage, and if you're able to have high uptime on a target, it means they won't survive for long. Coming from a TBC standpoint, warriors get a ton of their main issues fixed, the biggest of which being the addition of the talent Juggernaut, which now enables the use of charge in combat, which when paired up and rotated with intercept helps to solve those very painful situations where you just can't connect to your target. Oh, and we haven't even mentioned Blade Storm yet.
When I read it, I just went, this is it. This is exactly
Blade Storm not only gives you some additional mobility from the snare and root break, but also immunity to any further crowd control that isn't disarm. And of course, yes, it also does ridiculous levels of damage, especially when combined with recklessness. Aside from their damage, Arms warriors are also strong defensively. Armor values actually mean something in Wrath, and as a result, warriors are naturally durable due to being a plate wearer, while also having the option to swap to defensive stance and put on a shield when required. Then combine this with abilities like Enraged Regeneration, Shield Wall, and even Shield Block, warriors are one of the most naturally durable melee. It's all of this which makes Arms warriors the hands down most dominant melee in Wrath, and it's not just only for Season 5 that this is the case. Arms progressively get stronger as the arena seasons progress, scaling incredibly well with higher item levels of gear to simultaneously achieve both higher levels of durability and damage. As a result of being such a dominant spec, it means you can slot into almost any composition in any bracket. Inside of 2v2, nothing comes close to the strength of Warrior Holy Paladin, which remains the staple melee healer composition throughout Wrath's entirety. Even then though, you can very easily play with any healer. For 3v3, you can play varying comp archetypes, most notably being cleaves like TSG or Turbo, or melee caster comps like Thundercleave. Our next spec to main is one you may have some pre-built misconceptions about, and that's Subtlety Rogue. It's often wrongly thrown around that sub-rogues fall off massively in Wrath. Compared to TBC, they are noticeably weaker, but undeniably remain to be one of the most dominant melee. Sub has a very drastic shift in playstyle from TBC, mainly because you can no longer play like a warrior and go toe-to-toe with any melee auto-attacking, spamming hemorrhage, and doing unhealable damage. Instead, going to Wrath, Subtlety focuses purely on setup and burst damage, a lot like what you would expect coming from a retail standpoint. This means adapting a hit-and-run type playstyle where you'll lock down your target with stuns, burst them, and then look to go for a re-stealth or to avoid damage until you can initiate a setup again. Going into Wrath, Subtlety gets some very important new additions to complement its newfound control-based playstyle. Most notably is Shadow Dance, which now gives you a way to access your stealth abilities like Ambush, Garrett, or Cheap Shot outside of just re-stealths or Vanish. This is on top of Tricks of the Trade, which gives you and a party member of your choosing an additional 15% damage during your setups. In general though, when you have a crowd control kit that's longer than most grocery lists, it's very easy to see why Rogue is so strong. And on top of having Gouge, Blind, Sap, and Garrett. Something which remains from TBC is that Kidney Shot and Cheap Shot continue to not share diminishing returns with each other, so it's fair to say you're able to keep targets locked down for very long periods. Damage-wise, Subtlety is able to pump out unrivaled burst damage during their setups, primarily coming from Ambush, so it makes having Shadow Dance, Vanish, or the ability to re-stealth integral to its win condition. Builders like Backstab still do more damage than you would expect from a retail standpoint, but for the most part, it's all about Eviscerate and Ambush. This damage is then changed drastically based on your target's armor class, which means you can near one-shot cloth classes, but do substantially less damage on plate. Poisons are also now slightly changed from TBC, with Wound remaining a 50% Mortal Strike, but now only having a single stack rather than the 5 stacks of 10%. This can be seen either as a buff or nerf depending on the matchup and situation. As a whole, Subtlety is extremely cooldown dependent and demands and requires a baseline level of skill and coordination in order to pilot the spec, not only for its damage, like we just mentioned, but also for its survivability. As a melee in leather armor, trading blow for blow with most specs is a surefire way to lose the game, so optimal use of strong defensives like Cloak of Shadows, Evasion, and even Vanish to some extent are required to survive. It's also worth shining a light on Preparation, which as you can see resets the cooldown on your Evasion, Sprint, Vanish, Cold Blood, and even Shadow Step, so you have a cooldown to reset your cooldowns. Despite their relatively high skill cap, Subtlety Rogue is at their strongest inside of Season 5, so if you enjoy a more setup and thought-driven playstyle, it's the best time to pick one up and learn. Even then, as the seasons progress, Subtlety will still remain to be top tier and can look to counteract damage reductions with increased levels of armor pen, but will slightly taper off with the release of Icecrown Citadel and the rise in popularity of Shadowmourne Cleaves, but that's a long ways away. The one drawback of Subtlety is their lack of comp diversity, and you're very limited with your partner choice. With that in mind though, the comps that you fit into are all very strong. For 2v2, you can play double DPS compositions like Rogue Mage, Double Rogue, or even Rogue Ret, or with a Disciplined Priest if you prefer playing with healers. Then inside of 3v3, no surprises, it's all about RMP, but comps like RLP or RLS or even Double Rogue Healer could potentially make strong showings. Our third and final best melee to main for Season 5 is of course Unholy Death Knight. I mean, come on, it's the first hero class of WoW's existence, of course it's good. Unholy DKs have what can only be described as the highest sustained damage output of any class or spec. Essentially, at their core, they are a melee version of an Affliction Warlock, as most of your damage comes from your two diseases, Frost Fever and Blood Plague, which are applied from your standard rotation and then spread to everybody in range with Pestilence. On top of this dot damage, you've also then got a consistent onslaught of DPS coming from your pet ghoul, on top of Scourge Strikes and Death Coils, which greatly take a toll on healers' mana bars. A Death Knight's main damage cooldown is Gargoyle, which is honestly god tier and will just straight up kill enemies in seconds if they remain in its line of sight, especially if you have a Bloodlust on your team. Aside from just damage output, DKs excel at, well, for a lack of a better description, just being annoying. Chains of Ice is the main culprit, which in Wrath is a 95% slow that then tapers off. Desecration is another talent you'll very quickly learn to either love if you're using it or hate if you're playing against it, which causes your standard rotation to also just apply a 50% AoE snare effect, which then lingers on the ground for 20 seconds, giving you that ever so fond memory of your rogues failing in the Blackwing Lair suppression room. And if you ever get bored of running at 5% movement speed and decide to take the time to stop to cast an ability, Unholy Death Knight is the king of micro crowd control. Having the ability to mind freeze one cast, death grip the next, gnaw the one after, and then hit you with a 5-second strangulate that you can't even trinket out of. Defensively, Unholy is very adept at dealing with magic damage thanks to the relatively low cooldown self-defensive of Anti-Magic Shell, and the AoE version Anti-Magic Zone, which can also be used to assist your team. Against melee though, it's going to be a combination of Icebound Fortitude, Deathstrike Healing, and swapping to Frost Presence in order to survive, alongside maximizing your slows to kite and reduce your damage intake. Season 5 is where Unholy Death Knights will be at their peak, but will inevitably get slightly weaker in the later seasons, down to additions like Bauble of True Blood, which indirectly counter Strangulate, and even Solace, which causes healers to a lot slower, removing one of Death Knight's major win conditions in the case of 2v2. Regardless, Death Knights still thrive in Wrath as a whole, and as such have a ton of different comp options. For 2v2, you can pair up with either a Paladin, Priest, or Druid healer to make one of the strongest healer melee variations. But 3v3 is where Death Knight truly shines, specifically in cleaves like TSG, DK Enhance, or DK Hunter, where the combination of Strangulate and Gargoyle combined with your partner's damage makes short work of most healers. That being said though, you still have the option to play with casters like Elemental Shaman or Affliction Warlock. Moving on from melee, up next we have our 3 caster specs, starting off with the strongest of the bunch, Elemental Shaman. Ele Shamans in Wrath of the Lich King is shockingly strong, and without a doubt takes the title of best overall ranged. If you're coming from TBC, it's fair to say you might be shocked by this fact. Elemental is all about one thing in specific, and that's its burst damage, and the reason for their rise in strength is the addition of Lava Burst. As a whole, every damaging ability you have just hits very hard. It's as simple as that. So your Lava Burst, Chain Lightning, Lightning Bolt, and even your Shocks all deal impactful damage. And for even larger surges in burst damage, Elemental also has passives like Lightning Overload, which gives your Lightning Bolt and Chain Lightning a chance to cast an additional time for half the damage. But what amps this even further is the cooldown Elemental Mastery, which acts as an improved version of Nature's Swiftness, providing you with an outlet to get out an instant Chain Lightning, Lava Burst, or Lightning Bolt alongside 15% haste for 15. The knockback that can be a dominant caster inside of Wrath, playing centric to the spec, not only for bolstering your damage, but AoE and even doing good damage. Chaos and Shadowburn. Free casting, you'll be able to score. Please follow it. A good comparison for Wrath Destro would be very similar to Shadowlands Destro, but with one major difference. In retail, in order to deal impactful damage, you'll always need Dark Soul active, while in Wrath, you've always got kill pressure as your Chaos Bolt and other abilities hit hard all the time, which basically sums up the spec as a whole. You have a ton of hard-hitting spells like Chaos being Thundercleave, but LSD, LE Mage, and even LEDK are all very strong. Our second ranged recommendation is a spec quite similar to Elemental in a sense, but instead of the additional utility provides much more in terms of offense. I'm of course talking about Destruction Warlock. Now if you played retail or at least follow it, a good comparison for Wrath Destro would be very similar to Shadowlands Destro, but with one major difference. In retail, in order to deal impactful damage, you'll always need Dark Soul active, while in Wrath, you've always got kill pressure as your Chaos Bolt and other abilities hit hard all the time, which basically sums up the spec as a whole. You have a ton of hard-hitting spells like Chaos Bolt, Incinerate, Conflag, and Shadowburn. Free casting, you'll be able to score a kill with your eyes closed, but when shut down and trained, the challenge is creating opportunities to cast and combo your spells to land the win. This is done with the help of abilities like Death Coil and Shadow Fury, which both provide you with enough time to cast a Chaos Bolt, but can also be achieved by creating distance or dealing with interrupts. Shadow Fury is Destro's most important ability, as it's both on a shorter GCD and instant cast, as well as being AoE and even doing good damage. Chaos Bolt as a